Yeah, just this one is kind of wrong because the way it was submitted and understood. Yeah. To clarify.
Oh, yeah. It's like, yeah. It's
Okay. So, but you'll handle all that? You're okay with
yes.
I will be. I mean, I'll have it say that.
I will hop up for copies.
Okay.
I'll just hop up here. And then, yeah.
I know.
I know I got up here a little later.
I was wondering if you could speak to your just you yourself to do the thing, but be positive toward our 3A and 3B getting money. That'll be the presentation. Thank you. But not see it anytime. Okay, thank you.
Oh, okay. And this is okay.
So I'll go. Is the video for the archive? No, it should be.
I think that's how I got it. If not,
Okay, cool.
Okay. Yeah, just the first two. So
Just.
Item 2, SB77, your name, and I'm going to name Victoria. Yeah,
Which is
your name. Your name goes there.
but whatever. You're trying to keep stuff. See, like,
I know, but she has to have the name. Is there another one? That's a different one. It's missing the spot. Or it's missing the receiving my. Oh, wait. That's what maybe she grabbed.
I think you're good. I think so. Hold on. Yes.
Oh, good thing I still missed you. Thank you so much. It was so great to meet you. So I have slideshow, okay, and
She's like, I agree. It never made sense. I've seen you so often that I was like, kept thinking about how we get home. But I'm still getting so many.
Good morning, Mr. Rusum. Would you like to do a mic check? Thank you so much.
This one is quick and changing a lot, and one. And I was like, oh, no, I have to have it short, and I felt like it changed a lot. Oh, you did it.
All right, good morning. All right, good morning and welcome to the Rules Committee meeting of March 18th, 2026. I'm Joe Lagata, Council Member for District 1 and Chair of the committee. Our committee's liaison, Sarah Jordan, will go over instructions for today's meeting. Sarah?
Thank you, Chair Lukava. While members of the public are able to attend the meeting in person, this meeting is being televised and live streamed on the city's website, and council administration will continue to make arrangements for the public to comment using the Zoom webinar platform. Members of the public who wish to provide virtual testimony must enter the virtual queue by raising their hand before the virtual queue closes. This queue will close when the last virtual speaker finishes speaking or 5 minutes after in-person testimony ends, whichever occurs first. This will allow for better meeting management between the two platforms and ensure the committee is able to manage and conduct city business. We appreciate the public's cooperation. Chairman Lukava?
All right, thank you, Sarah. And the bulk of today's item is actually about ballot measures, and that has its own particular protocol, and we'll go over that when we introduce item 3. But I will now call the Rules Committee meeting of Wednesday, March 18th, 2026 to order and call the roll. Vice Chair, Council President Pro Tem Lee. Here. Councilmember Campillo. Here. Councilmember Moreno.
Present.
And Councilmember Elo Rivera. Currently not in attendance, and I am present. Also attending the meeting today, Jillian Andalina with the Office of the Independent Budget Analyst, Kathy Steinman with the Office of the City Attorney, Matt Yayagian with the Office of Mayor Todd Gloria, and Reuter, Committee Consultant. With that, Sarah, please continue with public comment instructions.
Thank you, Chair. If you are in person, please complete a speaker slip located at the entrance of chambers and place it in the box indicated in the table at the front of the room. Please do so in a timely manner to ensure proper meeting management. In-person testimony will conclude before virtual testimony begins, and members of the public can also join the webinar by computer, tablet, or smartphone by accessing the link which is listed online in the preamble language of the agenda on the city's webpage. If you need to participate by telephone, you may dial 1-669-254-5252, inputting webinar ID 160-439-9420#. This information is also available on the agenda and will appear on the screen during the public comment period for each agenda item. Please note that if you're watching via Stated TV 24 or online, there may be a delay. Please participate via the audio on your phone and mute your TV and computer when it is your turn to speak. If you wish to speak to a particular item, please wait for that item to be called and then raise your hand to speak by tapping the raise your hand icon, or if you're a called participant, by pressing *9 on your phone. If you raise your hand during a non-comment period, your hand will be lowered. Chair.
All right, thank you, Sarah, for reviewing those instructions for the benefit of the public. The forum is now present. We will now take up non-agenda public comment. Council members respect and appreciate the public's input and are fully committed to protecting every participant's free speech rights at council and committee meetings. Sarah, please proceed with non-agenda public comment.
Thank you. Per Rule 2.7, non-agenda public comment is an opportunity for members of the public to comment on items that are not on the agenda but are within the subject matter jurisdiction of this committee, and each speaker will have 2 minutes to provide their non-agenda public comment. And again, to participate by phone, you may dial 1-669-254-5252, inputting webinar ID 160-439-9420#. We will begin with in-person testimony. Catherine Rose. You will have 2 minutes to share your non-agenda public comment, and you will be followed by allegedly Audra.
Hello. Correct. And then she would get them to actually answer all our questions. So we would come here and just say, questions. And anytime we had anything, just like Donna Fry, where I wasn't in her district, I would like Earl Campillo to be my champion. Specifically, if you're going to be running for mayor, you have opportunities for you to bring in opportunities to be a leader and lead, just like Donna Fry. Donna Fry did so much for so many people. And that was just because during the non-agenda public comment, when anybody came up here with just some anything random, instead of saying, well, I'll talk to you, she would say, I will talk to you, but I also want the city attorneys in the mayor's office to go through these issues also. So we could get down to the bottom of things, and she would solve problems. She solved so many problems for so many people, and it was all because of her lovely, wonderful leadership. She didn't. She was happy to forward anything to the city attorney during non-agenda or to the mayor's office. And I wish all of you knew that you have that opportunity too. Thank you.
Thank you. Allegedly Audra.
Joe, your behavior last night was very telling because you were targeting one half of the audience that was brought forward, and that was very dangerous, especially after Sean was talking about him already being affected by that action and how it actually is counterproductive. And it goes against what you're saying. And if he can be considered anti-Semitic and being Jewish, that is very dangerous, because how are you going to be able to determine what is hate speech? Because you could say, I'm anti-Semitic because I don't like pedophilia and I don't condone it. And when I expose that or talk about those that are engaged in it and or complicit by way of doing nothing to stop it, that doesn't make me anti-Semitic. That makes me anti-pedophilia. Anti-pedophile. And it's dangerous when you are, who's going to be determining what kind of speech is determining that? Because if I'm just going to happen to anybody. So, I mean, it's like none of you guys listen to that. It was very interesting when he's giving you first-hand knowledge of something that took place, and none of you guys really considered that, which I feel like, I mean, if you have it right there in front of your face and you just ignore it, then that means that you're willing to put me on a list and put me in a place where I'm going to be held accountable just for talking about things that I am disgusted with.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Paul Kruger.
Catherine's comments about Donna Fry prompted me to take less than a minute to thank her publicly for the work she's done in bringing these issues of importance to the forefront, and specifically the Mission Bay leases, because from the way I followed it, if Donna hadn't studied that closely and written an article about it for the Ocean Beach Drag, it may not have been propelled to the point of discussion that led us down this very positive road of challenging the state on these automatic lease renewals and lease reviews. And I think that we should all thank Donna anytime we can for her public service that extended beyond her time on the council, and that she really exemplifies what a public servant is. And I want to thank her again publicly for that. And I want to thank Catherine for bringing that up. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes non-agenda public comment here in chambers. So I'll begin the 5-minute timer for all those to indicate if they wish to provide comment at this time. We currently have 7 hands raised.
Addiction and loss of life. This addiction and loss of life. This ultimately led to major legal actions holding the tobacco industry accountable for misleading practices and the public health crisis it created. Retribution didn't happen overnight, but it did happen, and it came at an enormous financial and social cost. We're now watching a similar trajectory unfold with the marijuana industry, witnessing concerns about health access, mental health impacts, impaired driving, and normalization of use. Yet even with all we know, we're being asked to expand the industry through the SEED program. History tells us the marijuana industry setting our city up for future
Committee. I just wanted to share a federal policy update because it is relevant to how local government policy decisions. A new report from the Congressional Research Service makes clear that marijuana remains in a legally uncertain position federally. While rescheduling has been discussed, federal researchers no longer say it is likely. The U.S. Department of Justice may move marijuana from Schedule 1 to Schedule 3. More importantly, the report explains that even if rescheduling happens, that alone would not bring state marijuana industries into compliance with federal law. In other words, the legal conflict remains, and marijuana growth, possession, and trafficking are still prohibited federally under the Drug Enforcement Administration, unless Congress makes broader statutory changes. For a committee focused on rules, oversight, and governance, this matters because local policy is still being built around a framework. Congress is also actively revising hemp policy standards taking effect this November, showing that cannabinoid regulation continues to shift as lawmakers respond to unintended consequences. When federal policy is still evolving, local governments should be cautious about expanding systems that may later require significant adjustment. Strong oversight, careful review of impacts, and attention to long-term regulatory consequences remain important for San Diego as these discussions continue. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Our next speaker is Blair Beekman. Please unmute and begin.
Hi, thank you, Blair Beekman. It was quite a learning experience for myself last night at the meeting agenda item about a resolution on anti-Semitic guidelines that we can possibly be working towards, or we will be working towards now that was approved. Thanks for the words of DRA. She has deep concerns, as many of the community do. Add her words to the concept that police, what are our actions of our police going to be in having to learn these guidelines and put them out on the streets? Are they going to be able to factor de-escalation with these concepts as well in learning these guidelines? It can be difficult to navigate, and I tried to state, as many others did, that this is a type of item. Even Councilperson LaCava, Councilperson Von Wilford Councilperson Lee and even Councilperson Campillo all made attempts that we need to continue the efforts to talk about this item, and that we bring it back to the Human Rights Commission. I can't quite remember its name. I'm sorry about that. We refine the concepts of what exactly we're doing with these things, and there is practices. There's another set of guidelines. I can't remember its name right now. It's the Jerusalem New Document, shared open process for all of us to engage in. The set of rules in this IRA Act is a bit. I don't know how to describe it. It's a bit questionable and doesn't quite offer the same human rights value.
No other callers for non-agenda. Hands up. Phone number ending in 8700. You can unmute by pressing *6.
Thank you, Joy Sonata, CD3. I'll start by saying this. Thank you. That was a stellar discussion on item X500 yesterday. I put my phone down for a minute, and it's my time to speak. So here are my comments now. Serves as a warning sign of a society. I vote yes. I'm going to say that again. Dear Council, definition, rights and democracy for all, then I vote yes. It was a great meeting.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Terry Ann Skelly. Please unmute and provide your comment.
Good morning, Rules Committee Chair LaCava. My name is Terry Ann Skelly, and I attend my planning group here in District 1, where we discuss the value of good rules and policies in our city. I am a parent of young adult sons and a community volunteer who work in youth programs for decades. I value the Rules Committee 2026 work plan that emphasizes customer service as one of its goals. I would respectfully suggest that it is time for the rules to be enforced around the illegal sale of flavored inhaled marijuana products. This is required by the State Department of Cannabis Control, the DCC, and AB 1207, a 2023-2024 bill. An annual city code enforcement check at a minimum is important because the Department of Cannabis Control does no enforcement at all of its permittees. The enforcement of the rules would be very welcome to parents, educators, public health advocates, and others who work on behalf of our youth. It is a beginning in recognizing that there are real costs of marijuana consumption to young adults, families, neighborhoods, and society in general. The costs are extremely high in mental health costs alone, which is becoming more clear with each new study. Thank you for your consideration of enforcement of the rules against the illegal sale of inhaled marijuana products. Have a good day.
Thank you. Our next speaker is John Stump. Please unmute and provide your non-agenda public comment at this time.
Thank you very much. There's an important immediate issue before the mayor and council. The city has issued a notice of right to appeal on an environmental determination for a project fire hardening in the Los Penasquitos Reserve. You have received written comments from me and a letter this morning from the chairperson of the Los Penasquitos Reserve group asking you to withdraw this NORA and start the process again. No one is opposing doing fire prevention and fire hardening. That's not the issue. The issue is the way where the city went about issuing, getting a permit itself for conversion of the parking lot into a heliport. Instead of SDG&E making the application to use the parking lot as a heliport. Second, no consideration was given to the changed use from a parking lot in an environmentally sensitive preserve to a heliport, and how many landings, how many takeoffs, and what the route was going to be from this new use as a heliport. We're asking that you withdraw that, Nora, so an appeal doesn't have to be filed today. Thank you. Read Ms. Barnes' letter. Thank you.
Items come up to talk on the screen. Items come up to talk on the screen so they know who they are, and then have maybe the top two guys sit off to the left of the microphone to speed up the meetings, and then have out the meetings, have the Zoom users maybe have like instead of having to wait to the whole end of the meeting to talk. Kind of rotate maybe 40 guys live and then 5 guys remote, and kind of do it that way. It kind of makes it a little more even to speed up the meetings. And then also, Hero Israel, Webster Dictionary just changed the meaning of the word with the Gaza Strip as genocide. They put it, Webster says genocide, as in the Gaza Strip. That's number 1. And number 2 is Auschwitz. So the Gaza Strip now is defined as genocide. It could be why, people wonder why there's Jew hatred coming up. I wonder why, and look at the videos. But, and also, I just found out you guys don't have a picture of Trump up there. That's hatred, man. That's Trump hatred. Get arrest that. The mugshot up there. That'd be great, man. Thanks a lot. All right.
Thank you for your testimony. And Chair, this concludes non-agenda public comment.
All right, thank you for that. We'll now move on to committee members, mayoral staff, city attorney, and independent budget analyst for any comments. Not seeing any attempted by the public speakers. There's about 100 things I could talk about. For those of you who saw the change here in chambers, there's nobody's picture up here. City council members' pictures were taken down. The mayor's picture, I don't think was ever up here, the president's. So artwork is up here instead, all the way around. And a nice display of our city flag, such as it is. To Mr. Stump, happy to talk with you about the item, which is a 1-day agreement. It is not a conversion of a parking lot to a permanent helicopter landing spot, but happy to talk with you about that, and I will look into it with Councilmember Von Wilbert as well. I grew up watching Donna Fry during that era, and I learned a lot about what council was like. And council back in those days than these days. You can see we're 35 minutes into our very long meeting. We haven't even started the business on the agenda.
We'll have 1 minute. We will begin with in-person testimony. Allegedly, Audra, if you'll please approach the lectern. I find it interesting, Joe, that you're like, you can watch the public meeting if you want to know, but you're supposed to be putting things in minutes so that it can be something that you can go back to and see the progress or different things. But in the 25th, it's a disservice to the people. It's a disservice to the people when, for all those in the virtual queue to indicate if they wish to provide comment on item number 1, we'll begin. Please unmute the meeting.
Hi, thank you. Blair Beekman. I wanted to speak on both meeting minutes. Blair Beekman, it is a Jerusalem Declaration on Anti-Semitism, JDA, that is an interesting alternative to the IRA that I hope we can better talk about, and good community practices for everyone. everyone involved in the future of the item. Thank you. For this item, I wanted to quickly mention as part of the meeting minutes process, previously had items on item Senate Bill 707 that you're going to further talk about today. I think it's been a great thing, and I feel a sense that the community feels good about it too. So thank you that we're talking about it, and good luck how we talk about it today as well. Thank you.
Thank you, and Chair, this concludes comment for item 1.
All right, I will now turn it over to committee members. Entertain a motion to approve the consent related amendment. Council President Pro Tem Lee will move the consent items. Councilmember Campillo will second. And I'm just going to tell the chat, you have 2 very long meetings. We don't write the minutes here. We can change the minutes if somebody objects or wants a correction. We don't write the minutes. So we have a motion by Council President Pro Tem Lee and a second by Council Member Campillo to move the consent items. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Abstaining? All right, that passes unanimously. Now, discussion agenda item number 2. Sarah, please introduce the item.
Item number 2, amendments to the rules of council for consistency with State Senate Bill number 707 and recordings of closed session. And if you're watching on City TV or the live stream online and you'd like to call in and speak, please dial 1-669-254-5252. And when prompted, input webinar ID 160-439-9420#.
All right. Abby, who is on my policy staff, please introduce yourself formally for the record and let us know how much time you need.
Thank you, Council President and members of the Rules Committee. My name is Abby Reuter. I am Senior Policy Advisor to Council President Joe LaCava and Rules Committee Consultant. I will need no more than 8 minutes for this presentation. So as a reminder of the background of this item, SB 707 was signed into law in 2025 and modified the Brown Act, which governs local legislative bodies and the public's right to attend and participate in local public meetings. Local changes to comply with SB 707 must be in effect by July 1st, 2026. This presentation will focus on 2 provisions of the Brown Act as modified by SB 707. The first is the same time allotment for virtual and in-person speakers, and the second is the policy on disruption of telephonic or internet service. Rule 2.6 and Rule 2.7 of the Rules of Council are proposed to be modified, and a new Rule 2.15 is proposed to be created. These are included in draft form in Attachment 1 provided in the backup materials. Following the feedback at the informational item at the February Rules Committee meeting, our office reassessed the 5-minute timer and have decided to leave it as is. If additional guidance or case law comes out, we will revisit the topic. The changes to Rule 2.6 add in language for both virtual and in-person speakers to group themselves into organized presentations in advance of a council meeting. The modifications are intended to be minimal to provide flexibility for the clerk and council administration to adjust after July 1st based on public feedback, staffing capacity, and technology. To operationalize organized presentations, the Office of the Council President has been working with the City Clerk and Council Administration to propose a process. Recognizing that it is difficult for public speakers to gather the correct number of speakers with our current meeting management process, Council Agenda notice indicating whether public comment for that item will be 1 minute or 2 minutes. Implementation of this for each council committee will be at the discretion of the chair of that committee, as meeting management is the purview of the council president for city council meetings and committee chairs for city council committee meetings. Organized presentations will be taken before individual public comment and will be limited to a maximum of 15 minutes. This responds to the feedback from the public and committee heard at the February Rules Committee meeting. Those who wish to have an organized presentation, whether in person or virtual, would need to fill out a form provided by the Office of the City Clerk at least 24 hours before the start of a regularly scheduled council or committee meeting as posted on the meeting agenda. For special meetings that are posted less than 48 hours in advance of the meeting, the form would need to be submitted 18 hours before the start of the meeting. The 24-hour submission window strikes a balance between providing sufficient administrative time for the clerk or council admin to facilitate this presentation, while also providing time for the public to coordinate who would see time or be part of such an organized presentation. Electronic presentation materials intended to be displayed during the organized presentation would be due at least 2 hours prior to the start of the meeting as posted on the meeting agenda. This will allow for the clerk or council administration staff to upload the file and scan for cyber threats prior to display during the meeting, or troubleshoot if there are any technical difficulties. Separating the two submission time frames is intended to provide as possible, and electronic files would not be shared in advance with city staff, council offices, or the public. Presentation materials are not required for an organized presentation, and the group may opt to pool their time without additional audio or visual aids. The organized presentation form would need to be filled out properly or all virtually for an organized presentation delivered virtually. City clerk and council administration will work towards allowing mixed attendance, a combination of group members, whether in person or virtual, as technology and staffing allows. If some members of the group are not present at the time of the presentation, the group's time will be reduced proportionally. This would go beyond Brown Act requirements and also apply to committee meetings for consistency and clarity. Additionally, this item proposes a change to Rule 2.7 related to non-agenda public comment. This would clarify that the 16-minute maximum per issue applies separately for in-person and virtual speakers. If there are 8 or more speakers on a specific issue in person, the maximum time for that item is 16 minutes, which is calculated as 2 minutes per speaker up to 8 speakers. This is being clarified to have a separate maximum of 16 minutes for virtual speakers on a given topic. Seating of time would continue to be prohibited for non-agenda public comment. This item also proposes a new Rule 2.15 to comply with the requirement for a policy on disruption to telephonic or internet service. It clarifies the difference between a disruption prior to or during closed session versus open public session. If a disruption affects a public meeting, council would recess for an hour or until service is restored, whichever is faster. City staff will make good faith efforts to restore equipment, attempting alternative connection methods, contacting necessary support staff or service providers, switching to backup equipment or platforms if available, and all of these restoration efforts that are undertaken would be documented. For efficiency, this item proposes to include amendments to Rule 8.4. Rule 8.4 currently requires transcription of closed sessions except those related to personnel matters. The Brown Act does not require closed sessions to be transcribed. Have a court reporter attend and transcribe sessions. Will provide for recording closed sessions, which allows for efficiency and eliminates the requirements of costly transcriptions. We provided an informational presentation to this committee in February, and this is the first action item. If it passes, this item will be heard at full council in April, but the modifications would not take effect until after July 1st, 2026. The requested action today is to recommend that the Council President's Office works with the City Attorney's Office to draft an ordinance to amend the rules of council effective July 1st, 2026 for consideration by the City Council. Thank you, and I'm available for any questions.
All right, thank you, Abby, for the presentation and the good work you've done. I also want to thank the City Clerk as well as Council Administration for the work to get us to this point, trying to understand the scope of Senate Bill 707 and how we modify what we do to meet the new requirements. And with that, Sarah, please proceed with public comment.
Thank you, Chair. We've received 11 slips here in chambers. We will begin with allegedly Audra. You will be followed by the group presentation, Victoria LaBruza, followed by Paul Kruger. And I have one final slip that has been turned in. There's no name on it, so if you have turned in the slip and I did not call out your name, if you can please come up and let us know what your name is. Each speaker will have 1 minute. Please begin. Are they going to find out in time so that they can correct it? I think that having the 16 minutes, I don't even think you should do that, like impeding someone's ability to talk about something that they want just because other people are. That'd be like saying that people that want to come and speak on this item, if there's so many of us, only certain ones can talk. but I think that you need to be equitable with virtual and in person and allow people to virtually donate time. So if we can do it here, we should be able to do it on the phone as well, because I really don't understand why you would say no in that aspect. It just doesn't make any sense. I don't know. I think that we should have more time. We shouldn't be cut down to 1 minute if there's more people speaking. It's just weird because you even said, Joe, you like when people have the 15 minutes because you actually get to hear what they want to talk about. Thank you. And our next speaker is Victoria. Victoria, you've been seated time by Felicity. Felicity, please raise your hand. Thank you. Bill? Wade? We have one in here? Jill? Carl? Christopher? And Sage? All right. Okay. Thank you very much. Good morning, Committee Chair LaCava and committee members. I'm Victoria Abruzzo, Chair of the CPC. So I will have to kind of hurry this because it's every step. You've all received our correspondence and likely many letters from your district CPGs that have recommended support for a seat at the table. Next slide. Thanks, Natalie. Quoting directly from the state legislators, SB 707 presents an opportunity to strengthen our government and empower community members to be engaged. Ultimately, we aim to create robust public meetings and increase participation across the state. Because a seat at the table advances the same objective as SB 707, strengthening meaningful public participation, it is well suited for consideration. Next slide. In a nutshell, a seat at the table is about structured presentation time for CPGs and CPC. We are requesting that the Rules Committee provide an addition to the rule amendments discussed today, an amendment for recognized planning groups and CPC presentations. This would include structured and predictable presentation time at council meetings and committee meetings. Next slide. I'm going to cut this slide just because I don't know. So next slide, please. I'd like to go back a little ways when President LaCava was Chair LaCava of the CPC. This takes us back to 2013, and where Chair LaCava, at the time, put together a presentation for the importance of CPGs and CPC. Next slide. I pulled out a few slides of his presentation to emphasize our points. These two bullets that you see circled are key to our proposal. President LaCava had the wherewithal over a dozen years ago to recognize the problem and bring it to light. And despite the fact that it happened years ago, here we are today recognizing the same problem because it exists still today, and that's what brings us to the seat at the table. President LaCava's concerns in 2013 are at the heart of our proposal today. Next slide. It's apparent in this slide that President LaCava recognized that CPGs are not gatekeepers. Rather, they are a recognized link between communities and City Hall. Today's diverse CPGs recognize the need for housing and thoughtful growth. Their role is not opposed to development, but to ensure that development aligns with adopted recommendations in a structured and predictable way. Next slide. Right now, this is the reality. The public and CPGs are not provided with equitable representation in city meetings without going through gymnastics to get that representation, even though CPGs are democratically elected community representatives. Next slide. When DSD says equal time ensures fairness, that staff acknowledges CPG, and that all parties are treated the same, and that staff summaries convey our community views, in actuality, equal time does not mean equal access. CPGs cannot speak during deliberation. City staff has or council members, which enables them to shape their understanding of the issues in real time, or even reframed. CPGs
CPGs and CPC need to be untangled from staff representation. We literally don't have a seat at the table. Next slide. This slide. But putting this in a nutshell, the general plan institutionalizes community participation through planning groups. That means CPGs are not just courtesy, they are part of the city's planning network. Next slide. I want to make sure that, if I would have time allotted for this presentation, potentially paying $18 to park. Even after, at best, if President LaCava provided 2 minutes each. That didn't happen. I had to be prepared to adjust my presentation on the fly, which meant possibly leaving out slides, which I had to do. So, to put it clearly, the anxiety is real. Meanwhile, project applicants and staff are provided known and structured presentation time. Next slide. So we are specifically asking for CPG presentation sections in meeting agendas. On this slide is an example of an item presentation order, but I'm going to go ahead and move forward. So next slide. Providing structured presentation time for CPGs and CPC ensures that the city's own advisory bodies have the opportunity to present their analysis in a coherent and efficient manner. This modest procedural adjustment simply ensures that the city's recognized CPGs can civilly, respectfully, and productively present their perspective with the same clarity and time afforded to staff and project applicants. Next slide. That was just to show you that all CPs stand behind us. That came to our meeting. We had a 22-0 vote to put this before council. Next slide. Oh, kind of had a whole minute. And this is an example. This is just a smattering of the planning groups that are behind this and that have asked. These are your community planning groups that wrote you a letter or voted for this action. These are your democratically elected, officially recognized community representatives, chartered by the City of San Diego to represent the public on land use and housing issues and other matters of significance. Next slide. And I'd like to leave you with this. This action, if taken today, is one small step towards strengthening confidence in the city's decision-making process and improving communications between council and the communities it serves at a time when public trust is being tested. This modest reform provides a clear and immediate opportunity to demonstrate that community voices are not only heard, but...
Thank you, council members, and we appreciate to discuss the various issues to make this even better. We appreciate to discuss the various issues to make this even better. In particular, moving the week, and we have to prepare for down to 2 or more was a good thing. Even the people that we don't agree with often have there as well. The only other thing that we would like to request is in the case when you have virtual, that the presenter still be allowed to be in chamber. So, and the reason for that would be, I think it's better, it's a matter of respect, but also a better experience. I think we could do that. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final in-person speaker on this item is Paul Kruger.
Thank you very much, Paul Kruger. I just wanted to endorse the comments made by the representative of the CPG and to remind the council that many of us from communities, feel completely outgunned by several aspects of this process, which includes the fact that the mayor, as the chief executive of the city, sets the tone, tenor, and content for staff reports, and that many of you have staff members who are politically and policy-wise aligned with the outlook of the mayor on issues that sometimes conflict with what community members may believe, and that we clearly lack the access to your offices and the offices of the mayor in terms of presenting and, more importantly, rebutting the positions of staff that are presented at these meetings. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll begin the 5-minute timer for all those in the virtual queue to indicate if they wish to provide comment on item 2. We currently have 8 hands raised at the start of the 5 minutes, and we will begin testimony with Madison. Please unmute. You will have 1 minute.
Hi, thank you. I just wanted to briefly mention one aspect of this change and say thank you for continuing to allow the 5-minute timer at the beginning of Zoom public comment for speakers to raise their hand. That extra window may seem small administratively, but for many members of the public, it makes participation much more accessible. People joining remotely are often balancing work, family responsibilities, technology delays, or simply trying to follow when their item is being called. And those few minutes help. For many residents, remote participation has become an important way to stay engaged, and keeping that process workable helps preserve broader public involvement. It also supports fairness because it gives people a reasonable chance to enter the queue rather than losing their opportunity. The committee recognizing that small procedural decisions like this can make a real difference in whether community members feel included in the process. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is phone number ending in 8700. You can unmute by pressing *6. You will have 1 minute.
Thank you, Joyce Sunyata, CD3. Thank you. 5-minute rule left as is. Thank you on the notice of duration. Thank you for the closed session change. I'll learn that one on the fly. Now that was micro. Here is my macro. Zoom is tech. It was born out of a very traumatic time of change. Hybrid became the norm. Here we are in the world now, and let's just open to change and ride that wave. I love CPGs and love to all. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Our next speaker is Peggy Walker.
Thank you. I'm strongly in favor. This makes it so much easier for people like myself who want to participate in a group presentation, but generally must participate singularly from work or at a distance because we don't have the luxury of coming to council chambers and sitting through a long meeting waiting for our item. Many of those who do come in person are working on behalf of special interests and may be paid to attend in person, giving them an advantage. Many who speak virtually are not in that position. This will enable more balanced, equitable discussion. I also strongly support the suggested structured time for CPGs. Thank you for this item. Please approve.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Catherine Douglas.
Good morning. I understand the spirit in theory. This sounds terrific. But due to the antiquated technical capabilities of our current system in San Diego, SB 707 will have the exact opposite effect on the public's ability to express their stance on important issues. This presents another hurdle for me, but it likely creates greater hurdles for the majority of San Diegans who are working or caring for children. 1 minute is hardly enough time to delve into the subject matter. I've dragged my nice husband downtown for an extra minute because I know I can count on him. The current proposal for pooling time would only be allowed for groups of 5 to 10 people. Why should I enlist a minimum of 4 other people to seek time when I only need 2 minutes to speak? It makes no sense. Why not 2 to 10 people? That's a much better number. Let's not make this more difficult for our amazing city clerk and her amazing staff. There needs to be another solution. Thank you.
Thank you for your concluding remark. Our next speaker is Blair Beekman.
Hi, Blair Beekman. Thank you that you are going to try to keep the 5-minute rule when you start Zoom. I Madison, who spoke on this also, what's important to her. So, thank you for that, and I wanted to ask, thank you for the words of Paul Kruger, who very much clarified what community efforts can help lend to in the city government process. Thank you for his clarifications, that was nice. To also quickly offer, are you now only going to allow either 1 minute or 2 minutes and not 1 minute 30? That 1 minute 30 is a great process you offer in San Diego. You guys do it better than any other city in California. Can you continue 1 minute 30 in some way, please? Can you talk about that here? Thank you.
Thank you. And at the exhaustion of the 5-minute timer, we have 5 hands remaining. We will take no other callers beyond these 5 individuals. Continuing on with Kathleen Lippett.
Good morning. Thank you for letting me speak. And I certainly echo the comments of Victoria Labruso. They are spot on. Laura Black, the Planning Department in 2019 proudly reported that DSD had provided over 100 clarification and streamlining, but they were so controversial that many...
Thank you. This does conclude. Here is Zoom user.
Thanks for taking my call. John, she did a great job. Hey, I say more power to planning groups. They know their communities. Like that our state law gave us, it's okay to steal $950, and then it's okay to build 7, 8 views in your backyard in Linda Vista before you even knew about it. I say more power to planning groups. Let them, the staff is just working for the mayor, and half those guys, young guys, they don't know what they're doing. The planning commission, you guys that own property, they should have the say what goes on in their neighborhoods, like Barrio Logan. And, you know, they should have a say. They should have their own mayor. But the planning group more, they want to participate, and they're homeowners, they know what's going on. They should have the power before the mayor does what happens in their neighborhoods.
Thank you. Becky Rapp, please unmute and begin.
Good morning. My name is Becky Rapp, and I appreciate this opportunity to speak. I'd like to thank the CPC Chair, Victoria, and all planning group members who came down to donate time. Victoria is a voted-in representative of the public, represents our voice, a crucial and essential voice that deserves a seat at the table. We're not just observers in this process, we are active stakeholders. We bring forward community perspectives, long-term planning considerations, and on-the-ground insight that directly impact the success and fairness of decisions being made. When only one side is consistently given structured time, it creates an imbalance. A fair process isn't just about listening. It's about ensuring all relevant voices are given equal space at the table. Granting CPC and planning groups allotted speaking time does not slow a process, but it strengthens it. And it leads to better informed decisions, increased transparency, and greater.
Thank you.
I support
this
the
does
CPC.
conclude your time. Thank you for your comment. Edgar Ramirez, please unmute and begin.
Hi, good morning. My name is Edgar Ramirez, and I'm the Communications Chair for the North Park Planning Committee. I saw that the NPBC logo was part of the CPC's presentation, and I want to clarify that when this proposal was presented to the full board, we rejected it. The CPC often does this to speak on behalf of all CPGs. The NPBC specifically rejected it because we did not have confidence that the majority of the CPGs pushing for this proposal are doing nearly enough to bring diverse voices to and online. That is not something that the majority of the CPGs can claim, so we ask that the committee members consider that with this proposal, who are the people involved in these conversations and who has the ability to attend these meetings in the middle of the workday. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. And the final speaker on item number 2 is Our Time to Act. Please unmute and begin.
Hi, my name is Nicole Lilly. I'm the Executive
Director our time to add. I was calling in to express appreciation to the city staff that are trying to figure out a solution to comply with this new state legislation and the state bill and still make it so that people can participate virtually and in person. I especially like the attention to creating opportunity for group presentations and seeing time in that way. I understand that this is quite difficult and there's frustration as a community member and as a community organizer in these changes coming and how it can impact, but I appreciate the staff's attention to really trying to make sure that accessible options are still available in both means of communication. I just look forward to seeing the council continue to try and make sure there's as much equity as possible in this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Chair, this concludes testimony for item 2.
All right, thank you, Sarah, for handling all that. Bringing this item forward, I'll take the liberty of kind of kicking things off in your comments. I very much appreciate that. There's just one correction. And now we're focusing on the other deadline of July 1st. And that's why we're kind of taking it through in this fashion. I think it is, and I think a couple of the speakers recognize that actually San Diego has a very robust process. One of the key things about 707 was mandating remote call-in, which we have been doing since, as was said, during the pandemic going forward. The biggest change that we had to respond to was to make remote calling and in-person calling equal. And that sounds pretty straightforward. Turned out to be very complicated because every time we came up with one solution, it exposed another one. And there was a lot of consideration for the operational side. Get something, point out what I actually said back in the day. That's how you do your advocacy. That was a day where I was fighting to keep planning groups in place. There was a lot of talk about killing planning groups entirely back in that day. And some of you probably remember that I also was the lead on updating 600-24. A lot of that was driven by city attorney's interpretation of the law and places that we had been out of compliance with the law, perhaps since day one. So a lot of those changes were driven by legal interpretations. So I don't know if you have an answer on this at this.
Is we do have attorneys in our office who specialize in land use projects that involve CPGs, and they're looking at the issue, and I can have them circle back with you.
Okay, and I almost don't need to remind my committee members, but there was an accusation made at the last meeting that somehow we give structured time to outside organizations or outside advocates or outside lobbyists. We do not. The only time we have structured comment is during a quasi-judicial land use where due process mandates that we allow the applicant to speak, and an appeal where we let the appellant go first and the applicant to speak. Again, a quasi-judicial. I'm not an attorney. I accept those words from the city attorney's office, as opposed to the regular book of business that we do. That does affect communities. Let's acknowledge that. So I want to appreciate all the good feedback we've gotten from the public. We will work with the city's attorney's office on this. We will bring your input in. To Jeff, to your point, this is a big transformational change. What we're trying to do is ease both city clerk and council administration into this. And so what we're really looking at is to divide in-person and remote, get that stabilized, make sure we're running that correctly, and then entertain the idea of actually doing the mix and match, which add a level. People are great about making that transition, but your voice is not being ignored. We're just trying to ease that process going forward. So we're hearing you. So with that, I will make a motion to have the council president's office work with the city clerk, council administration, and the city attorney's office to bring forward an ordinance change to the full city council. And with that, I will turn it over to my colleagues, and that is the staff recommendation on the staff report. I'll turn it over first to Councilmember Moreno.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. I also want to take the opportunity to thank Council President and the staff for bringing this forward in order to meet the state's July 1st deadline for implementation. And I also want to thank the city clerk and her team for the work they do every day to make sure our meetings run smoothly. I do have questions for the city clerk, so if you don't mind coming to the podium. My question is, what is the operational implication of requiring that an organized presentation is composed of 2 versus 3 versus 5 people?
I appreciate the question, and I first like to just start by saying it is definitely a policy decision for you all, but just to give you the operational, we are here to ensure fair, consistent, and efficient administration of public participation. I would recommend maintaining a minimum of 3 to 5 individuals for group presentations rather than allowing pairs. This approach would help preserve the intent of group presentations as a reflection of a shared collective perspective rather than an extension of individual speaking time. It also promotes equitable access by reducing the potential for individuals to circumvent standard time limits through multiple or duplicate signups, something that I do not believe I will be able to, or even council administration would be able to manage. From an operational standpoint, council meetings require careful time management to ensure all agenda items and public participations are conducted in an orderly and efficient manner. As a result of the 24-hour window for submission, which for council meetings lands on the ability to fully review, verify, and screen all participants in advance, meaning we won't actually know if there is just a pair of people, if it's their iPhone and their tablet signing up, or if it's actually 2 different people. Establishing a slightly higher minimum group size provides a practical and consistent framework that supports efficient meeting management. Additionally, maintaining these standards supports smooth meeting flow and reduces administrative complexity during meetings, allowing staff to focus on facilitating an accessible and orderly process for all participants. I also want to emphasize that increased community engagement is both welcome and anticipated from my office. A reorganization of the Division for Legislative Services is already under consideration to better support expanding participation, engagement, and enhanced customer service delivery moving forward. With all that being said, I will definitely make anything work that the council wants to have. I just wanted to flag those considerations as well and manage expectations of what my office can and cannot potentially provide in regards to clear ambiguity if it's a pair versus a group. Thank you for the opportunity.
Wonderful, thank you for your comments. To me, it sounds like the clerk is saying that there will be an operational impact to her office to facilitate these organized presentations. Obviously, the lower number of people that constitutes a group will likely result in more organized presentations being submitted, which in turn has a greater impact on her staff. So that's something that the council needs to be conscious of. One of the I wasn't quite sure if I understood the city clerk, but I would like to ask for the record if there's a legal standard that we should follow that would help us best determine the minimum number of people that constitutes a group.
Under the Brown Act, the council can make reasonable rules to conduct its business, and when making these rules, there are other legal principles that apply, such as the First Amendment, equal protection, and other things. We didn't find any case SB 707 is brand new, so there really is whatever the number is, we would recommend that you consult with our office, and we would give legal advice on that. I don't want to give legal advice in public at this moment that could potentially expose us to litigation.
So maybe a document
giving you time to research, and if the legal recommendation is that there isn't a time and that we're able to, or there isn't an amount of people, we're able to decipher that based on the council's needs. I think that would greatly help us. So if we could have something in writing.
I don't want to commit to a memo at this time, but certainly we will touch base with your office outside of the meeting.
I think a memo is warranted, though.
We'll discuss it internally with the office, but we will do our best to provide something to you.
Okay, so I'm formally requesting a memo. Thank you. I'm happy to second the motion, Council President, and that concludes my comments.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to provide, if I could, just some background. We did do benchmarking on seating of time and group presentations since the beginning of SB 707 was being discussed, and just for your all's awareness, we are definitely one of the cities that allows for more flexibility for the public to actually speak and have time. Those cities and even the County of San Diego that allows for any seating of time or group presentations, the minimum is 3 people is what you could find for the cities that even allowed for it. A lot of cities do not actually allow for organized presentation or seating of time, or for places like the county or the city of Chula Vista, when they do allow for group presentations of 3 or more, is actually just for land use items. So I applaud the council and the city of San Diego for allowing this for all discussion informational items and not being so, clear to just have it be for land use items. But there is that precedence from the other municipalities as well. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Moreno for the second. So that's a motion by myself to move the staff recommendation, a second by myself. I'll just interject real quick. Back and forth we have, I think. All the things we agree with the city clerk. This was the one point that we did. The initial conversations about 707 in person, because we could not replicate it remotely. And we do pairs in person all the time. It works very well. It's very easy to manage, but we can't do it in person if we can't do it. Struggle that we have, but I appreciate the question.
Yeah.
Interpret.
And I get it. We're walking into new territories, right? And so I understand the limitations on this, but we also need legal advice.
Thank you for making that request. We'll go to Councilmember Hilo Rivera.
Presentation and the work on this. Thank you to everyone in your office. I know you all give this a tremendous amount of thought. As you spoke to, I don't know of anyone who has sat on this dais, spent more time in these chambers, for better or for worse, prior to being a council member than you did, and you take public participation very, very seriously. I know that and have seen that in action both prior to our time as colleagues and since we've been up here together. So thanks for the work on this. Appreciate the questions from Councilmember Moreno, and I'll be supporting the motion. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Hilo Rivera. We'll go next to Council President Pro Tem.
Thank you, Council President. Again, thank you to you and your team for your work here alongside the clerk, as well as the State Attorney's Office. And it sounds like there's still some questions to answer, but those are important. I do know one question that sort of popped up in my mind just looking at how the rules are amended, and to think about group presentations is something that I think we heard even from the public, trying to plan and be prepared for the time that's available at council. Especially understanding that we have meeting management needs that we have to consider as well. But how would group presentations be factored from a time standpoint? And is that tied to the per speaker allocation of time that is determined oftentimes day of based on what's needed for meeting management?
That's a great question. That's one of the things we wrestled with when we came up with the idea of requiring organized presentations to let us know in advance, or let the city clerk and council administration do that. Okay, that everybody is comfortable with that. That's great. Oh, wait a minute. They won't know how much time is this going to be 50 people that are going to be speaking and we're going to have a 1 minute requirement? Is there only 3 people speaking? Do we get 2 minutes? And so where we landed, and I'm open to a minute and a half, I was just trying to simplify things a little bit, was that the chair of the committee or the council president for the council would make a decision prior to that 24-hour deadline. And then that way people would know that speaker's only going to have 1 minute, and then they can decide how many people they need to have speaking time, or we're going to have 2 minutes, and they would have that time. And incumbent on that, this is, I was that chair, that council president, that's locked in for that document, so that everybody has that same opportunity. I don't want to say, organize a presentation X, you only have 1 minute, you can show up with 10 people, and then at the day of the hearing going, oh, maybe not so many people, but you're still stuck with that requirement going forward. So a balancing act that will, I would suggest for all of us to continue to evaluate and see how well it works.
I imagine logistically that would be a bit challenging, especially now that would insert another component within the time frame prior to the meeting to make that determination. And I guess maybe more so a question of the city attorney's office. I presume we couldn't, the time that's allotted for organized presentations per speaker would need to match the time that's provided for the individual speakers?
Correct, everyone should be treated the same.
That frustration is noticeable, and I'm not sure what the answer to that is either, other than it just popped up in my mind that could be a drastic difference depending on how much time is being allotted. It makes it very hard to prepare and turn in a presentation if you don't know. If you don't know. I guess that's not different than what we have today, and so that might be one thing to keep in mind. I do appreciate the presentation about a seat at the table. That's come up in a number of planning groups, and of course with the CPC. I've been curious how we might be able to approach that, so look forward to any information from the city attorney's office. The way, frankly, I see it, having been someone who served on a planning group myself for almost a decade, is that our planning groups and the CPC are going to be speaking in items that they intend to speak on regardless. That's typically just been the case, and so understanding what ability they have to, I understand, I don't think we can treat time differently for members of CPC unless it's determined somehow that that's going to be categorized in some different way, but even giving the ability for those presentations to maybe take place first or out there, since we'll be setting up organized presentations in advance, that it's still worth we can organize those in a meaningful fashion, recognizing that they are entities that we all interact with within our district. So, other than that, I think that's the feedback I've gotten, and happy to support it.
All right, thank you, Council President, for the MV. We'll go next to Councilmember Campillo.
Thank you.
Taking a lot of feedback as it related to this proposal. As we hear from the members of the public, they're clearly pleased with the adjustments that were asked for, and I appreciate them too. I really appreciate the presentation from the CPC, and I completely agree with them that it ought to be given the ability to present on items that go through them to the same degree as applicants. And oftentimes CPGs support the proposals and support the projects. And in fact, applicants pray to get that support because it almost always means that the project will succeed at council. And in my view, creating that dynamic encourages development to meet with the communities, meet the needs of the communities, and communities will see the value in providing valid feedback. And alternatively, I think the applicants, and when they are provided time to present their information, which is really valuable, seems that we should hold them to the same standard of requiring them to show up with the same number of people needed to see time. Typically, they actually do. I feel that if CPGs are considered members of the public, applicants should also be considered members of the public, even though they are applying for something in the city. I just want to be very clear about something with presentations. Virtually, if you have 15 people in the queue, they will cede their time. The city clerk will take their names out of the Zoom participant list and say, these are the people who are ceding time for one person to put on something for the council, correct?
I would ask the clerk to clarify if this was incorrect, this time around, so that they would be matching the names submitted or phone numbers or however someone chooses to include their name in the form to the folks who are in the Zoom in order to clarify how much time they have.
That is correct. We did do a flyer that's in the backup material that we would use to promote it as well. We have been working with the web team and have already created a draft form, but the form will have certain instructions and things that the lead organizer will actually check off that they understand. And one of those big things to understand is that you add each participant and that participant's name, phone number, and more specifically if they're attending virtually, how will their name appear on the Zoom, or what number will they be calling in from, so that as I said in the chair, I can match that. Change your name, which we will do a tutorial, and add that to how to actually change your Zoom username and stuff like that for public participation. Then I can't assume that Zoom user one is their time. We're also still doing some testing because there is something called Zoom Backstage. And so we're still testing through that to see if that would be a tool that we could use to actually move all of the organized. But that's why we can't commit yet to mixed participation. Testing is still ongoing to make sure that that's something that we can facilitate and that we can have available with our Zoom Gov license.
Understood. So what I'm hearing is that there is an effort to try to sort of blend folks who show up in person for the purposes of seating minutes to a presentation as well as virtual people.
There is an effort that we will continue to test and make sure that we can get there. We're just...
Understood. Thank you very much for that. Last question for you, Ms. Ryder. As I see in the proposed changes, organized presentations will be taken before individual public comment. That means if the applicant comes forward, presents, that also means that any group that has submitted the form as an organized presentation will also get to go second, or if there's multiple, third, fourth, before we go to individual members.
Yes, that's correct.
Very good. Okay. I like that prioritization. I like the fact that we're pushing it to the front so the council can get as much information in an organized fashion. From the stakeholders who have a lot going on, and I really appreciate that effort. I think that that's going to alleviate a lot of stress and time and cost to members of CPGs who want to present as a group virtually, or any group that wants to present, excuse me. Because of those things that we're working on, I really do think that we're right at this moment, while it doesn't have everything the public wants, I think that we should move forward and support today, keep working on creating those efficiencies, Madam City Clerk, because this is a significant improvement over the process as it exists today. It goes beyond what the Brown Act requires. I thank you, Council President. I know the presentation noted that, but it should be said again. Something to be proud of, that we don't do the least that the law requires, we do better than that. So thank you, Council President, for your good work on this.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Campioso. We have a motion by myself to move the staff recommendation, seconded by Councilmember Moreno. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed or abstaining? That passes unanimously. Thank you again, City Clerk, Committee Consultants, Council Administration stumbled on that one. Okay, now we're on to item 3. And as you may have heard when we were considering ballot measures for the primary, how we do ballot measures here at Rules is a little bit different than normal docket items. I want to note for the public that 3 ballot measures were submitted on time in accordance with Council Policy 0-21, but will be heard not today, but at the April Rules Committee. Those were all items brought forward by council members. They understand that. Some of them actually requested that, and that helps us with meeting management. Are listed in the staff report. The other thing that we've done, brought forward by the public first, make sure we get through to that. Hopefully we'll have enough time to get all through the ballot measure proposal. That April option is available. So, how we do ballot measures being brought forward, whether by the public or by a council member, proponents will have proposal. They are the presentation of the item. Members of the public will have 1 minute to comment per item. The committee and the public of these instructions. And in accordance with the council policy 0-21, we may take the following actions. 1, the committee may request the proponents of a proposal or a city department furnish background information, provide analysis of the proposal, and report back to the committee. Or 2, the committee may refer the measure to the city attorney's office to prepare a ballot measure. Once the ballot measure has been drafted, the measure will return to the committee for a second discussion, including any additional policy direction necessary to complete a draft of the measure before the measure is forwarded to the council for consideration. And keep in mind, there's actually a third possibility. If the committee takes no action on a proposal, then consideration for that proposal is ended. So with that, there is more explanation to be had, but Sarah, please introduce the item.
Thank you, Council President. Item number 3 is the initial committee review of ballot measure proposals for the November 2026 election in accordance with Council Policy 000-21. And if you're on City TV or the live stream online, and you'd like to call into the meeting to speak, please dial 1-669-254-5252, inputting webinar ID 160-439-9420. Chair.
All right, with that, we will take the first 2 sub-items together due to the similar nature of the topics. So, Sarah, please introduce the process for today.
Thank you, Council President. For item number 3, we have 8 sub-items. Sub-items A and B will be introduced and heard together. Sub-items C through H will be introduced. Items will be heard in alphabetical order. And due to the number of items being heard, proponents will have up to, but no more than 3 minutes to present their sub-item. I will be keeping time. Public comment will then follow the presentation for each sub-item. Keep in mind when you're preparing and providing your comments, and there is a clock at the front.
All right, with that, hopefully that makes sense, and we're happy to answer any questions as we go along. So, to amend the municipal code related to transit occupancy tax, including reclassifying online travel companies/agencies as hotel operators. Sub-item B shares a lot in common. Consideration of the ballot measure proposed by Zachary Russum to amend the transit occupancy tax to apply to online and other travel companies. Now, for clarification, Ms. Rhodes submitted 2 proposals, both related to the transit occupancy tax that me and my staff interpreted as one proposal. Ms. Rhodes has clarified that she considers her proposal as 2 separate proposals. Thus, I am giving her, or her representative, a total of 6 minutes to present her proposals. And we'll then go to Mr. Russum next. So I want to thank again the presenters. Please introduce yourselves for the record and begin your presentation. We will not start the clock until you actually have to introduce yourself. 3 minutes can be a challenging time, but keep in mind that you will have up to 3 minutes per measure for a total of 6 measures. I understand rather than Ms. Rhodes making that presentation that she has designated somebody else. So first, give yourself your name for the record.
Thank you. Mandy Haslett. I'm the first vice chair of the Sunset Coast National Park Council, as well as the first vice chair of the Peninsula Community Planning Board. Thank you. I'll be presenting on both of these ballot measures today.
You'll have up to 6 minutes.
Thank you. The purpose of these are to generate tax, mentioning the tax revenue for the city of San Diego. We start on page 11 of the presentation. Measure 1 to confirm equal treatment of traditional and online hotel bookings by reclassifying online travel companies as hotel operators into the municipal code through a public vote, and also charge a transient occupancy tax for all other hotel fees, such as the currently untaxed resort fees and cleaning fees. Slide. Thank you. Shall the City of San Diego update language to confirm equal treatment of traditional and online hotel bookings by reclassifying online travel companies as hotel operators in an amended ordinance and amend Municipal Code Section 35.0102, definitions for operator to include the words online travel companies, or OTC, third-party agents, and rent to include the words hotel fees such as resort fees and cleaning fees. Currently, we have amount of the 13.75 general fund TOT that's currently on the table. Next slide, please. In order to codify this intent to redefine these and third-party agents, and we'd like to also add hotel fees such as resort fees and cleaning fees in the definition of rent. Next slide, please. Underlying changes to the transient occupancy tax, operator means the person who is the proprietor of the hotel, recreational vehicle park, or the campground, whether in the capacity of owner, lessee, sub-lessee, or mortgagee in possession, licensee, or any other capacity. Operator will also include online travel companies, third-party agents, a managing agent, a resident manager, or a resident of any agent of any type of character other than an employee without management responsibility. Next page, rent means the total consideration that's charged to a transient as shown on the guest receipt for the occupancy of a room or portion thereof, including charges for utility and sewer hookups. We see the hotel fees such as resort fees and cleaning fees, equipment, etc., as you can see listed here. On the next slide, I have an example. You can see on the first tier, if someone were to go directly to the hotel for a booked room of $200, the cost would eventually generate a $27.50 transient occupancy tax at the current rate of 13.75. Now, in the event they would book that same room through an online travel company, they would buy those wholesale at a marketed discount. We would lose out on that transit occupancy tax and only receive a total of $20.63. And then again, we see that between the direct booking and versus over the counter, we have a difference, a negative $6.87 per night loss. And so we see, next slide, in this example, that the general fund getting the full $27.50 revenue based upon this $200 night a hotel room stay. We note that the total visitor cost stays the same. The only thing that would change is how much we would collect in the TOT. Next slide, please. Here's an example from the San Diego County Lodging Association presentation on uncollected TOT. The next slide also has a breakdown of an example from the San Diego County Lodging Association. This would be the final portion of this ballot measure. Now, the second part is a two-part measure regarding the transit occupancy tax. So Part A would replace the Convention Center expansion, Measure C, up to the 3.25 TOT increase that would go for hotels too. And we would then, in Part B, break down, if it were to pass in Part A, that we would generate a new 4% TOT, and we would break it down 1% to the Convention Center repair, 1% for homeless and affordable housing, 1% for infrastructure, and 1% for arts, libraries, Balboa, and park. Or anything the City Council wants instead of the unneeded $1 billion renovation. The other thing that this does remedy is that the current Measure C tax that was approved has a sunset clause on this. And if you go to page 28, we understand that there is a poison pill to this. This will end. And so I believe that the city could find much needed revenue by increasing the TOT and then aligning and spreading the love to those four parts of revenue here in the city. Right now, currently, the city of San Diego on page 29 has a TOT rate of 10.5%, which was last increased in 1994, which is over 32 years ago. We currently rank about 115 in the entire nation. We're the 8th largest city, And I believe we need to start charging our visitors to properly maintain our city when they come to visit. As part of that, again, I would like to see, if this measure is approved, it would authorize the general tax to the general fund with 50% voter approval, or a special tax for anything the city wants to direct the money to, which requires a 2/3 vote approval. So by default, if the voter approval is between 50 and 67%, then the new TOT revenue would go to the general fund. I've exceeded my time. All of this information is in the presentation that has been provided to council.
All right, thank you, Catherine, for bringing this forward, maybe for your presentation, capitalizing exhibits.
Thank you. Would you like me to stand here or take a seat?
We'll take a seat.
Thank you.
That way, in case there's any questions. Both presenter, could you remind us what sub-item B is, sir?
Item B is consideration of a ballot measure proposed by Zachary Rosen to amend the transient occupancy tax to apply to online and other travel companies.
All right, Mr. Rosen is participating remotely. So, sir, if you could introduce yourself for the record, and again, you will have up to 3 minutes, and then you can begin your presentation.
Great, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Great, thanks. I'm sorry, I'm in cold, wet, the Northeast in California today, so thank you for letting me participate via Zoom. So good morning, Chair LaCava, members of the Rules Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Zach Russum. I'm head of state and local policy for Booking Holdings. Booking Holdings is the world's leading provider of online and travel-related services, serving consumers and local partners in more than 220 countries and territories through consumer-facing brands including Booking.com, Priceline, Agoda, Kayak, and San Francisco-based OpenTable. Our hundreds of California-based employees are proud to work with our thousands of hotel and restaurant partners across the state, the vast majority of which are small businesses, empowering them to reach a global customer base. Our mission is to make it easier for everyone to experience the world. We provide a marketplace built on transparency, trust, responsibility, and fair competition in order to serve our customers who deserve choice, great value, and an easy booking experience. I'm here today to urge your committee to take steps that will allow the council to consider placing a ballot measure on the November ballot to amend the local tax code to expand the tax base for the transient occupancy tax, to include the total transaction value the guest pays, and make online travel companies like ours the tax responsible party for any applicable tax on the compensation we earn from customer bookings. Now, as I understand it, to keep the popular ballot measure alive for November, this committee must vote today to instruct the city attorney and treasurer to work with stakeholders to draft such a measure for further consideration by the full council later this spring and summer. Council can later decide to move forward or not, but to keep the possibility and I'm here to say that we at Booking Holdings have been and continue to remain eager to work with the city attorney and treasurer on that drafting, as we've done in Anaheim, for example. The state are also considering acting similarly in the coming period. So to summarize, I'm here today to communicate Booking Holdings' eagerness to support such a measure in San Diego, as we sincerely believe will provide much needed clarity regarding the application of the local TOT for the city, for our local hotel partners, for online travel companies, and while generating additional revenue for important city services. So that's really all I'm here to say. I'm happy to, I don't know if it's appropriate to take questions, but I'm happy to take questions if that's appropriate.
All right, thank you, sir. Yeah, stay online. Questions. We certainly would want you to hear the public comment going forward. So we are taking these two items together, A and B, so the public will have, we're not going to ask you what you want to speak to. We'll give you up to 2 minutes. You can balance your own, manage your own time. So with that, Sarah, please go to public comment. I'll stand corrected. We're going to give you up to 3 minutes. Please tell us up to 3 minutes, 1 per minute for each of the 2 items brought forward by Catherine, 1 by the gentleman. Please tell us which ones you want to speak to, and please to the ballot measures that have been put forward. So you have up to 3 minutes if you want to speak to all three, 1 minute if only you want to speak to one. So Sarah, thank you for that refresher. Please proceed with public comment.
Thank you, Chair. The public comment period for sub-item A and sub-item B is now open, and as Chair LaCava mentioned, each speaker will have 1 minute per measure for a total not to exceed 3 minutes total. Please indicate which measure you'll be speaking to. Beginning with Catherine Rhodes, you have submitted a slip that you would like to speak to sub-item A and sub-item B. So we will place 3 minutes on the clock for you, and you have been ceded time by Angela Vetter, and Angela has also indicated she wishes to speak to item 3A and 3B, so that will give you 6 minutes to manage. Please begin.
Wow, wonderful. Hi, I'm Catherine Rhodes, and I want to very much thank Mandy Havlick for presenting it for us. You know, the city, Gloria just had a video where he said that he gave you, the city council, the opportunity to increase revenues through ballot measures, and you guys have failed to do that. And therefore, we have to cut services. We don't. This right here is your solution. And I'm so happy that the booking people from, the online travel companies are here to say that they totally support this. I thought they totally supported it too. They're not going to be losing any money. I mean, they're going to, the money is going to go toward you, and it's going to actually help visitors. So I'm so happy about that. I want to talk mainly about number B. When the original Convention Center expansion measure C, they put a poison pill in it that says that if you don't take out Convention Center expansion bonds within 10 years, then the 1.25 to 3.5% special tax for the Convention Center expansion homeless infrastructure is going away. That's going to be deleted. You actually updated your municipal code just recently and said we're starting to collect the tax on May 1st, 2025. So if you look at your specific municipal code section 35.0201B, imposition of special tax below, it says the imposition date of the additional tax is May 1st, 2025. The additional tax shall continue to be imposed for 40 says if no convention center long-term expansion bonds have been issued within 10 years after the imposition date, then the additional tax shall cease April 30th, 2025, which is 10 years after the imposition date. So right now, we have 9 years, because I don't think you're going to do convention center expansion. I think, now it's going to be probably $2 billion instead of only $1 million. And they're just using the money that's coming in for, they're using it for the convention center to fix the roof, to fix the air conditioning, to make it, nice. They're actually the special tax that, we get the 2/3% on Part A. We could actually put money back toward the convention center. So part of this right here is 1% for the convention center. So the convention center will get at least, probably about $38 million still. Now, because we're not going to build the convention center, they're actually going to keep the money for themselves, which is totally fantastic. Otherwise, they're going to be out of luck, and you're going to be out of luck, and you guys are going to have to come up with a TOT thing. And this will also, and one of the other 1%, instead of penny for the arts, it's penny for the arts and parks, which is Balboa Park. And so, and libraries, or anything you want to do. And in fact, the lodging industry should be the people who decide, because it's, they have whatever they think should be in there, should really be in there. The only thing I'm asking for is that 1% goes to homeless, because we really have a homeless problem. And if this tax that is going on right now, that up to 3.25% goes away, we're also going to lose the percentage of that we have for homeless, and that money is going to go away. And I want to keep I want to help the homeless, and I want to make sure the convention center gets as much money as they need. And I really hope you guys send this, and even if you don't really understand it, just send it to the city attorney, the IBA, and the mayor's office for them to analyze it for you. This is such a wonderful opportunity. And for Raul Campillo, again, if you're going to be running for mayor, you need to lead. We need leadership from you. You could have this on the November ballot, and you could be the champion for us. And also for Joe McCullough, please be our champion. Please say, be like Donna Fry. Please say, yes, this is it. And you guys could go around and, present it and say, this is what you want to do instead of solution-oriented. And so, what I want to mention is that right now, current health, 16 for Long Beach, 15.75 for San Diego, and 15.5% for Los Angeles. So basically, you'll just move up past Long Beach, and it'll be but this 4% will be the same as San Francisco. So different things, 17.75 for Honolulu. But places like New York City and Vegas and Florida, they actually also charge a per diem or per night room charge. I don't know, if it's $20 or $10 or whatever it is for each night per room. So they have a TOT. Plus, they also have a per diem added to it, and so they pay so much taxes. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is allegedly Audra. You have indicated you wish to speak to sub-item A and sub-item B. So I will place 3 minutes on the clock for you to manage. So I appreciate Catherine Roach. She's always got good information, and obviously this is a good way to bring about revenue. My concern is that you guys are not good stewards of our money. And so the more money that you get, I'm concerned that it wouldn't, with the homelessness, of course, that's definitely a good avenue to take, opportunity to spend some of it however could be trusted, and it was like you do the things that you say, and the city was looking really great, because I feel like there's so much money that comes into this city, and just looking around is not a reflection of that. And I saw a woman defecating on the street as I was just going to grab something in between the meetings yesterday. And it's like, again, I tell you guys, the homeless outside your chambers every night. As I was leaving last night, I saw 3 of them just waiting because they have to wait until everybody's gone, and then they pile up right there. And so my hope would be that if you did do that, actually we can see a decrease in that. But it's sad because people are dying quicker than they're going to get into housing. So again, this is a fantastic way to bring in revenue. But then I think about the transient occupancy tax and the hotels that were being used to house undocumented people when they came here illegally. The Ramada in Mission Valley and the old 4 Points that is now Comfort Inn off of Rosecrans. And you guys could have used that to tax for that to bring in revenue for the city. But I guarantee you exempt it. And those were fully occupied for a very long time, years. Not just one day and one person coming in, but it's when there are opportunities to make money, I don't understand why you guys are selective with it. When 2 full hotels, both of those hotels renovated, and they're brand new. So they were getting a bunch of money from doing this, but where's the money to the city? So I just wish you guys would be more cognizant. I think you're ignorant. It's willful negligence. And so I just, hopefully if this does pass, you guys will use that money wisely and it will go to help what is needed. Thank you. Our next speaker is Fred Taco. And Fred, you have submitted a slip to speak to sub-item B, so we will place 1 minute on the clock.
President, members of the council. My name is Fred Taken. I'm with the San Diego County Lodging Association. And I'm here today to speak in support of item number 3, sub-item B, the ballot initiative to modernize the municipal code governing collection of the transient occupancy tax. Now, for context, the San Diego's current TOT code is written before online bookings were even possible. So it goes without saying that an update to the code is
within sub-item A.
Well, I won't take that long. I just, speaking at Catherine's behest, she asked me to express my support for actually both of these items. While I often speak on behalf of many people who oppose tax increases due to our concern about the ability of the city to wisely and appropriately spend that money, and in the case of the empty homes tax, the assurance or clear possibility of a very costly lawsuit, this seems like a very reasonable and appropriate measure to take to increase revenue. And I would just say on behalf of the public that Catherine's statement about if you're confused, just ask the city attorney to write something up resonates with me and maybe with you, because I frankly don't understand why the industry is supporting a measure that would increase the amount of money they have to pay. I don't understand that. I'd like some more clarity about why the booking industry supports this, and I hope that one of you will ask the representative from the industry to explain that for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and that concludes testimony here in chamber, so I'll begin the 5-minute timer for all those in the virtual queue to indicate if they wish to provide a comment on sub-item A and or sub-item B. We will begin with Zoom user. If you please unmute and indicate which sub-item you would wish to give comment to.
A and B.
All right. So I'll place 3 minutes on the clock. Please begin.
This is a no-brainer. We should definitely do this. And frankly, I've been watching this lady for a few years. We should hire her as the give me the money. Yeah. She has a lot of different ideas how we can make money. And I don't know, you guys ignore her or something, but I've seen her come forward and say a lot of things, and it's either way over your head or there's some kind of backroom. Our mayor is like so weak, man. He's got a backroom deal going on with somebody. And how come the mayor wasn't even at the meeting yesterday? That's a very important thing. The mayor's nowhere to be found. It just doesn't ring true, man. Something's definitely fishy going on. But anyway, this is a no-brainer. I went to Waikiki last month and paid the price line, got the tickets, we got there. Then all of a sudden we got to pay an extra $56 a day for some fee, occupancy. Then there was a couple other ones, like a couple bucks for this, a couple bucks for that. And we had to pay like before we got there too, after we already paid the tickets and everything. So people are charging fees, man. And you don't even know. Well, I didn't know about it, but all of a sudden we got to come up with another $550 just to get in there. So it's happening throughout the industry, but we have the greatest city. People want to come here. Just they'll pay the money. You know, just we got to find other ways. Hire her, find me the money, girl, woman. And she's got the ideas. You need to listen to her on other things, ballot measures or whatever it is you're doing. But it's just, it's right in front of us. We got to just take it, man. Okay, thanks a lot.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is phone number ending in 8700. You can unmute by pressing *6. And if you can please indicate which sub-item or sub-items you would like to speak to.
I'll speak to all 3.
Please begin.
Okay, I wish I was there in the chamber. Darn it. Anyway, Catherine, yes, this is a golden opportunity and jump on board, all you champions. She's inviting you. She's asking you to be a champion that you're capable to be. Please do it on this item. So we are one people, one family, and one San Diego. Hotels, tourists, and so forth, they sit at our family table in the kitchen. They help us decide how we're going to divvy up the people that make a certain amount of money and the people that don't, the underserved, and we balance the pie out. $6.87 retained. Is that wonderful? That's going to help our family and their needs. I want these measures to move forward. I'll speak on the third measure in a moment from Zachary. But I want these two measures to move forward. Catherine, you have my support. I am beyond excited. I love the fact that you talked about the money going back to the convention center. Hey, my big canary that has the Band-Aids all over it, that is asking for our help, is going to be helped. That canary is also known as the Convention Center boiler. So I just am so thrilled that you mentioned that the big canary is going to get help. And you know that's a metaphor, you all understand that. So yes, we need monitoring, we need transparency, and we need accountability on this. Please have this move forward, as Catherine mentioned, I believe, and get the support from the IBA, the city attorney, the city council, and so forth. She needs your help to bring this together. So that's terrific. So Zachary, what to do on this, so I can't come a strong thing to invite you to do. I hope, I have a feeling you're doing this already, to collaborate with Zachary and Catherine, a collaboration between Zachary, Catherine, and Mandy. You know, we're all in this together, so jump on board. These are three great big items, and I'm so excited. I really vote yes on the first two, and then collaboration between Zachary and on the A and B to make something come out of that together. So thank you for listening. I love you all.
Thank you. And the 5-minute timer has concluded. We have 3 hands remaining to speak to sub-items A and B. We will not take any callers beyond these remaining 3 hands raised. Blair Beekman, please unmute and indicate which sub-item or items you'd like to speak to.
All 3 items.
Okay, 3 minutes, please begin.
Thank you. Blair Beekman, thank you for these efforts in the public process. To reiterate some previous public comments, San Diego is a great city. It's like everyone's best friend kind of city. And I hope our public meeting process can reflect that and how we move forward with things. Good luck in those efforts from all of us. Thank you to Catherine Rhodes. Her words were really nice to hear. She's doing some nice work, and thank you for her efforts and explanations and ideas. I wanted to comment, my main public comment for my 3 minutes of time. It didn't take all that time, but I want to be a bit, there's so much good public comment. I'm going to be a bit of a stickler in that I use the Agoda app a lot. It's cheaper than the other booking apps, and it gets places that are cheaper and near public transit. It's an interesting app. And I'm concerned that I admire the intentions and efforts from a person speaking about the tax issues. It sounds like the booking companies are agreeable to tax issues. I think there's a bit of a discrepancy on calling the booking companies hotels themselves. I think they're travel agencies. They would be classified more as travel agencies and work in a tax bracket more in those terms. I'm just trying to offer beginning clarifications on how to talk about this, if we can make the subject easier to talk about and to move forward with it, however you move forward with it. But I just thought that I should offer that at it, it's more of a travel agency, and to then start calling it a hotel may be a bit of a stretch, but I admire the intentions of everybody, and it sounds like everyone's going what can be done. That seems key at this time, and that a compromise does seem one to be reached and how to do that. I'm guessing. Good luck in those efforts again, and thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Our next speaker is Andrea Ebbing. Please unmute and let us know which sub-item or sub-items.
Good morning. This is Andrea Ebbing, fresh out of prison, Las Colinas, for speaking up about the truth and the reality of what's taking place in San Diego. And I'm thrilled. I would like to speak on all of the items. I am thrilled to hear that we're doing this. I've been talking about what happened when we had Conviz, the transient occupancy tax, that sort of thing. Put the taxes on in the appropriate place. Listen, San Diego is already the most expensive place as it is, right? So this makes sense because yes, it costs us to live here, but it also costs to visit here. I mean, this is just like an incredible place, and people will be happy not only to pay it. I think people love San Diego so much that we can even do a contribution where it's not like a demand and we're like asking for taxes and you have to pay to come to San Diego. I think what we could do is be like, hey, like, let's invest in San Diego. Let's give people an opportunity to not only present the basic bare minimum tax, but let's also do like a fund so that we can beautify and have these amazing events and bring world-class DJs and bands and like talent and speakers and like the TED event, all the stuff that's happening, people are gonna wanna like participate in. So I do love it. I love that we're kind of like getting back to this. It's like basically like you wanna go to the Grand Prix, you wanna go to Monaco, you wanna go to these places, you pay for it. Like there's a fee associated with that. So it's perfectly reasonable. And if I sound overjoyed and jubilant after having a week of hell that you cannot possibly imagine, oh my gosh, I can't explain, I can't wait for the rest of public comments. But it's because this is the first comment that I'm like released to hear, and I'm like so excited because when I just had to go to the Bell Bonds place, I sat at the hotel next door and they talked to me. I used to work there for 6 years when it was W Hotels, and now it's the Republic. I had to use their phone, and they told me that they were emailed by the city saying, what would you like us to cut? What extra taxes would you like? And they were super offended by it. So this transient occupancy tax is actually great. Thank you.
Thank you. And the final speaker in our queue for sub-item A and is Tony. Please unmute and let us know which you would like to speak to.
The hotel vacancy tax.
Okay.
Or sorry, can you rephrase the name of it, or just repeat it?
We have the sub-item A, which is the consideration of ballot measure proposed by Catherine Rhodes to amend the municipal code related to the transient occupancy tax, including reclassifying online. Okay. We also have a second sub-item that has to do with the transient occupancy tax as well, if you wish to speak to that item as well.
Yes, I do.
Okay, so, all right, we'll give you 3 minutes. Please begin.
Thank you so much. So my name is Anthony Rouse. I am the vice chair of the Boulevard Planning Group. A little bit about me. I won't try to speak too long or make too much about me, but just wanted to share that about 12 years ago, I had the opportunity to visit Rwanda, Africa, and one of the first things that I noticed upon immediately getting off the plane, in fact, before we were even allowed to step foot off the plane, was we were told that single-use plastic bags were banned in Rwanda, and therefore all of our plastic bags would need to be left on the plane. Now, what does this have to do with single occupancy tax for the hotels? Well, it has to do with the cleanliness of our downtown. It has to do with people's want and their willingness to come to our beautiful city, which is growing more trash infested in because we don't have adequate cleanup services. When I was in Rwanda, was that upon driving to the hotel, it was about a 30-minute drive to the hotel, and I realized in that 30-minute drive to the hotel that I did not see a single piece of trash littered alongside of the road. And this, like, Africa to look like in my head upon arriving there. Growing up of, you know, the desert and sub-Saharan Africa and huts, and it was nothing like that. Imagine my surprise to learn that they're way further ahead of cleaning up their city and managing their city and their city's trash problem than we are. And part of the way that they did it is they employed their homeless to pick up trash. And to everyone's credit and everyone's benefit, this not only helped the homeless who hadn't gotten a chance to go to school to have a source of employment, but it also ensured that the city was totally clean and that you couldn't see a single piece of trash on the side of the road. So that's something that I would suggest that we look into. I think that that would really help our tourism industry. And with this final minute, I want to say that I support both of these measures that have been proposed. I think that for far too long, San Diego has catered to the tourism industry and not enough to the local residents and the local hardworking people who make San Diego the great city that it is on a regular day in and day out basis. And I'd like to see more legislation passed like that's on the table that puts more of the onus back onto the visitors, to the guests of San Diego, to pay their fair share and not put so much of that burden upon the residents who live here all the time. So with that said, I want to thank the speakers that have gone before me. I want to especially thank the last caller and say that I show solidarity with you, and I'm sorry for what you experienced now. And thank you to Blair as well.
Thank you for your comment, and Chair, this concludes testimony for sub-item A and sub-item B.
All right, thank you for managing all that. Again, I want to thank Catherine as well as that for his portion, and all the members of the public for sharing your voices. We know a couple of things. One, I think we're all champions. We may not show it here at council, but I think all 9 of us on council are champions within our respective district. We're very proud of the work that each one of us does. Second, I think we understand this. Ms. Catherine's been talking about this for a very long time. Sometimes my head can be a little thick, but it does get down there. So I think we understand this. I've had conversations, I know, with the city treasurer about this and the complicated way that DOT and online travel companies operate has been an ongoing bit of conversation for a very long time. We've potentially been missing millions of dollars. I think the backup material suggested 20 million. Some have suggested to 3 million, given some of the resolution that the city treasurer has been able to do. We don't know, but we know at this point in the city life, anything is going to be significant. And it's clear that at least one component of the industry saw value in addressing this gap. We appreciate Zax and Booking.com jumping in early, as many other jurisdictions have done. Ms. Rhodes also pointed out that we are behind on our TOT compared to other jurisdictions and highlighted some of the ideas around how TOT is classified as a special tax. And I think it's worth noting for the people that is listening, we did the tourist marketing district in 2008. That was not an easy conversation. That was a prolonged conversation to right-size that, build that broader base of support. Same thing in 2018 when we did Measure C. I played a tiny part in that. That was a complicated compromise that was worked out with all the parties involved to put Measure C on the ballot. You could call it a poison pill after 10 years. It was a very clear indication of what we were trying to do. And officially, the expansion of the convention center is still on the table, officially. So there may be a conversation about that in January. So I think we ought to move this concept forward. I would like to work with city staff to see what is possible to better understand, understand how we would approach these, given the special tax component of TOT and what that requires in terms voter threshold, what kind of net proceeds we would actually get, the input from the industry. Fred, I appreciate you showing up today, because any good idea like this needs a broad base of support. TOT is one of our favorites, tends to be the easier one to build, get the voter requirements. But it would make a big difference if it's a 2/3 vote or a 50% vote, and how we would structure that. Further, there may be other, I also want to recognize the reason I'm also supporting this, because I've taken kind of a hard position about any new taxes. We know that there may be other measures coming in November that may cut significantly into our revenue stream. Thus, we have to really make sure that we try to protect the funds and the revenue stream that come into the city, and try to balance that out. So I will move to request the city attorney's work with Council District 1 to prepare a draft ballot measure. We'll go next to Councilmember Hilo Rivera.
Thank you, Council President. I'll start by thanking the folks who worked. Catherine, Mandy gave the presentation, Mr. Russum. Super important to know that we're getting our fair share as a city, and making your motion, Council President, I think is inclusive of not just some of what was brought here today, but also, as you mentioned, a way of making sure that we are taking the measures necessary to prepare ourselves if the outside efforts of some wealthy interests in the city to defund our environmental services department, if those have the legs that they want them to have, we need to make sure that we're protecting our city from that. And I think that moving this forward is a way of doing that. And I think that we should have absolutely nothing off the table when a group is willing to defund essential city services at the level of $100 million or more. We need to make sure that we are doing everything that we can to protect our residents from those impacts. This is a way of doing that, and I look forward to the next step in this process. Thank you, Council President. I second your motion.
All right, we have a motion by myself and a second by Councilmember Hilo Rivera. We'll go next to Councilmember Campino.
Thank you, Council President. As this is the first reading, I'm interested to see what the details of the second reading would be. I wanted to know, as you pointed out, Council President, Measure C back in the day was a carefully crafted set of policy decisions that was, I think, one of the first times in San Diego history we've seen pretty much, well, not every, but we saw groups that had been at serious efforts that took, the relationship building that took. I think it's important that we really work with the stakeholders, especially that we're part of that, to talk about the TOT rate. We just implemented it a year ago fully. We're going to see what the full economic ramification might end up. It is my belief, based on the economics, we simply can't just start charging 17% like Anaheim would, and I don't think that's what you were saying either. And so, as we dig into that, let's make sure we have the economic analysis to see what that might actually result in. I thank Catherine Rhodes for her good work and her tenacity to keep this moving forward. I think that the redefinition or clarification of the definitions of who is long overdue. I appreciate the members of the public for making.
Councilmember Campino, you're right on point of what it would take to actually bring something back to the community, to the substance there. And you know the way our motions have to work, the ballot measures. We would certainly talk to the proponents of both A and B, as well as the lodging industry, as well as this continues to evolve. Not seeing anybody else in the lights. We have a motion by myself and a second by Councilmember Hilo Rivera. All in favor, say aye. Opposed? Abstaining? That passes unanimously. Okay, on to item C. First, Sarah, please introduce item C.
Thank you, Chair. Sub-item C is the consideration of a ballot measure proposed by Shane Harris to terminate and repeal paid parking fees in Balboa Park.
Mr. Harris has contacted us and he is not going to present his item, but it has been docketed, and so with that, we will proceed with public comment.
Thank you, Chair. We have received a slip here in chambers. Allegedly, Audra, if you would please approach the lectern, you will have 1 minute to speak to sub-item C.
Weird that Sean's not here, but, I mean Shane, whatever. But I'm sure you're not gonna pass this or want to have anything to do with it, though we should be repealing these, paid parking. I mean, people are having a very hard time just paying for food and stuff, and now if they wanna come and enjoy, say, Balboa Park, they're gonna have to pay a pretty hefty after us for more money, and it's like, when are you gonna start to show where all of that's going? Because it feels like it's going into everybody else's pockets. And this impedes people's ability a lot of their cars, so kind of like penalizing them in a way of going like, if you can't pay, then you can't drive the car and you can take our public transit.
Begin the 5-minute timer. For those in the virtual queue to indicate if they wish to provide comment on sub-item C. As a reminder, each speaker will begin testimony with phone number ending in 8700. You can unmute by pressing *6.
Really surprised at myself when I looked at this item, because I really wanted to help our city and get some revenue to the parking fees. And I was kind of on the fence as to how to do it. It got to be so complicated. But I'm really leaning into no fees for parking. And it just surprised me that I'm going that way. And the reason I'm going that way is because the community, how are we going to deal with the cuts, pros and cons on the cuts? This is a good example on the budget. We cut something and the community lashes back at us and they don't think we're helping our city. So what do we do about this? How do we navigate these items?
Thank you. This does conclude your time. Thank you for your comment.
Thank you, sorry.
Our next speaker is Tony. Please unmute and begin.
Hello, Council. Good morning. I wanted to speak with regard to the Balboa parking situation. I just wanted to say it's very clear and obvious to the people of San Diego that no one's in favor of this tax on the parking at Balboa Park, or rather these metered spots in Balboa Park. Obviously, Balboa Park is a historic place that San Diegans have enjoyed and loved for forever, and taking that away from people makes it harder for us to have things that we can do in the city that require us to spend money. And that historically has always been something that people have really appreciated. And we've noticed that people have taken it upon themselves to start vandalizing the parking meters. Well, the same thing is going to start happening to block surveillance cameras as well, because these are things that the people don't want and that people have expressed a clear interest in being against. But the county has decided, or the city has decided, that they're going to support them anyway. So please repeal these parking meters.
Thank you. Please unmute and begin. Greg Will, I have given you permission to speak. Please unmute and provide your comment on sub-item C at this time. Okay, Greg, we will come back to you. Blair Beekman, please unmute and begin.
Hi, thank you, Blair Beekman. Thanks for the words of Anthony. To follow up on his words, the technology in the current new parking meters in Balboa Park, is City Council and City Government prepared to have simple, honest conversations with community if they were to ask about the surveillance and data collection involved in the parking meters at the park at this time? I hope you can. It's important that we try and that you really make the efforts towards that. I've said continuously that $2 to $5, $2 for local residents and $5 for out-of-towners, is a much more fair system if you are going to have parking fees at all. And that, I hope we can talk more openly and regularly about the concept of parking fee allocation. That may be going to both Balboa Park and to the general fund. It's mentioned in a recent memo from the Zoological Society agenda item. I hope we have more conversations on that subject.
Thank you. And providing Greg Wilt one final opportunity to give comment to sub-item C.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you. Please proceed.
Thank you. Yes, as a longtime San Diego resident, a homeowner in Tierra Santa, I would like to express my opposition to these parking fees for these public areas. My wife and I, we pay $14,000 a year in property taxes. And I think it's unfair. And that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
All right, thank you, sir. So I'll turn it over to my colleagues on the committee for questions, comments, and whether they'll offer a motion. Councilmember Campbell.
Thank you, Council President. It's my understanding, conversation with Mr. Harris is not pursuing this in this method any further, particularly through his letter to the council as well. I think everyone knows where I stand on the motion today. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Campillo. Just real quickly for some of the public comment, which kind of surprised me, Blair reached out to our office. We have you and I have talked about, and what you found that up. 74% of the lots down in Balboa Park. So you do have to register, costs you $5 for residents. I hope that is clear. I know the mayor's office has been working really hard to communicate that, the confusing situation. All right, there's no motion, so sub-item C is dispensed with. Please introduce that.
Thank you, Chair. Sub-item D is the consideration of a ballot measure proposed by John Stump to prohibit parking fees for general revenue in Balboa and other dedicated parks.
All right, Mr. Stump, I believe you're still on the line. Introduce yourselves for the record, and once you do that, we'll start the 3-minute clock and begin your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. By the way, I have put in a call to your office and looking forward to our discussion about the change of use.
Okay.
I submitted a ballot proposal before the council took action to make permanent paid parking in Balboa Park till 2078 with the zoo agreement. My proposal in summary is that, and some of what the council did by lockboxing revenues earned in Balboa Park to Balboa Park, really facilities, infrastructure, water, sewer, regardless. That would be in the lockbox for Balboa Park and would be part, Balboa Park is part of the regional park system, so it would be in a subset of that. This proposal paid parking, but I'm open to any proposal. Organizations that benefit and profit, I use the term loosely, profit from attracting tourists to pay their proportional share of police, fire, and other services so that we don't have to lay off city employees. There's a reimbursement for the services they receive. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you for that presentation. And with that, Sarah, please proceed with public comment.
Thank you, Chair. We've received 2 slips here in chambers. Allegedly, Audra, if you would please approach the lectern, you will have 1 minute to speak to sub-item D.
This
is interesting. I'm wondering if you're just talking about tourists and it being charged, and how would the entity that is in Balboa Park determine that? And if they do pay a fee for visitors, then that's going to come down the pike to the people that are enjoying whatever amenity that is. So I'm not really sure, you know, how that really is going to work out. But I do think that we should terminate and repeal paid parking. I'm just concerned that when we there's always a trickle-down effect of you raising something and thinking that it's not going to affect anybody else, but when that happens, they're going to want to get full cost recovery for having to pay for visitors to come there. And then the people that are, again, visiting, they're going to have to pay for that. So, I don't know. I just, wish taxes really went to the things that they say they do, but whatever.
Thank you. And we've also received a split in favor of sub-item D from Catherine Rhodes. If you are still in the room, it is your turn to speak. So we will move on to the virtual queue, beginning the 5-minute timer. We will begin testimony with phone number ending in 8700. You can unmute by pressing *6. You will have 1 minute.
I'd like to thank you. I'm Jim out of CD3. I have to speak from my public heart. I thought I understood this item. And then I just listened to the presentation. Hey, everybody, could you keep it simple? Could you please explain an item at a level that I am sure other people can understand? I really don't get this sophisticated talk about these agencies paying money and then where does it go? I was thinking more of make sure that the money we do get in from these parking fees and Zoom and everything don't go just into the general fund, they go back into the park. Now, I guess I missed the boat on that. But I argue that I want the money to go into the general fund because of our budget.
This does conclude your time. Thank you for your comment. Is Tony. Please unmute and begin. Tony, I have given you permission to speak, to provide comment to sub-item D at this time. All right, Tony, we will come back to you. Moving to Blair Beekman. Please unmute and begin.
Hi, Blair Beekman. Thank you, City Clerk, that you can come back to Tony eventually, or Anthony. Thank you. Thank you also to Council President LaCava. I have a letter all ready to go to ask you the very question and clarification. Thank you, and what you can offer in return. I am understanding the memo that is in question may have been just a beginning idea for general fund, where parking fee allocation money could be going to the general fund. It was just a beginning idea, possibly. And that's what I try to offer in my letter that I'll send to you today. It may actually, working both general fund and Balboa Park special funds for the parking fee allocation for Balboa Park, may actually be a compromise notion for Mr. Stump, who is presented. He doesn't want any sort of parking fund money going to, I guess, Balboa Park. Hope you can help. Thank you.
Thank you. And returning to Tony for one final opportunity to provide comment on sub-item D. It's a little unclear, but we can hear you. I'll give you a few more seconds to try to figure it out. That's better. Please proceed.
Well, thank you. I just wanted to say I'm in support. I would like a little bit more clarity, as I heard repeated by some of the previous callers. I
So.
Not seeing anybody else in the light. Forward, and with item E. Item E. Sarah, please introduce the item.
Thank you, Chair. Of a ballot measure proposed by Jason Moore to pass the traffic congestion and mobility impact tax ordinance. And if you're watching on City TV or the live stream online, if you'd like to dial in, please call 1-669-254-5252, and when prompted, input webinar ID 160-439-9420. Chair.
All right, thank you, Mr. Moore, for bringing this item forward. Introduce yourself for the record, and then let us know. You have up to 3 minutes.
Yeah, good morning. Good morning, Chair and members of the Rules Committee. My name is Jason Moore, and I'm a resident of District 1 in the City of San Diego. I submitted this proposal to introduce a potential ballot measure for the city to evaluate as part of its policy discussions ahead of the November 2026 election cycle. The proposal was titled, though not super importantly, the Traffic Congestion and Mobility Impact Tax, and is presented as a framework for consideration for further review by the City Attorney's Office and independent budget analyst. And next slide. My slides and speech are rather slim just because I knew that you were provided the supporting material as well. The concept is straightforward. The proposal would apply a modest excise tax, importantly on the transportation network companies, not the passengers, for rides originating within the city of San Diego, from the border to downtown, to the beaches, to the airport, so many different places throughout San Diego. The proposed rate is 3.75% for shared rides and 4.25% for non-shared rides. The tax would apply to transportation network companies such as Uber and Lyft, and would be imposed on the companies for the privilege of conducting commercial ride services that rely heavily on the city's public transportation infrastructure. Next slide, please. A closely related precedent exists in San Francisco. In 2019, after the Board of Supervisors placed the measure on the ballot, not through voter, whatever it's called, but the Board of Supervisors placed the measure on the ballot, voters overwhelmingly approved the traffic congestion mitigation tax, which applies a percentage tax to ride-hailing trips originating within the city. That measure took effect in 2020, and in its 2019 pre-COVID inflation estimates was projected to generate approximately $30 million improvements. This example demonstrates that similar policy frameworks have already been implemented in major California cities. Next slide. The purpose of this proposal is to initiate policy discussion and evaluation. I respectfully request that the proposal be reviewed by the city attorney and the independent budget analyst so the city can evaluate the legal framework and potential fiscal impact of a similar approach in San Diego. The ordinance language submitted with the proposal is intended as a framework for analysis and may be refined by city staff and the council. Next slide. Thank you for your time and consideration. A couple closing points. I would just say, once again, this is a tax on the transportation companies for the privilege of doing business in San Diego. And if the estimates are anything similar to San Francisco, it could, over the next decade, generate hundreds of millions of dollars for our transportation infrastructure, which, as we know, is in need of repair. So that's kind of the closing comment I'll make, and I'd be happy to open the floor for any comments or questions that you may have. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Moore. With that, Sarah, please proceed with public comment.
Thank you, Chair. Allegedly Audra, you are first to speak to sub-item E. You will have 1 minute.
This is interesting because I know that this is going to come down the pike for all of us who drive. There's going to be a fee, it's just like the toll roads and everything, which is crazy. But this seems interesting, but again, just like the other item, when things like Uber and Lyft, and this is stuff that's being pushed as their modes of transportation. So it's actually going to increase the cost of that when we're putting fees on all of these different companies that are providing that for the people. So I mean, that 3.75% or whatever the other one was is potential. That's going to go, and the people that are using that service are going to have to pay for it. So I think we should be honest here and not try and act like this is not going to affect the people. But again, I know this type of congestion, taxes and fees it's like being used in New York and stuff like that. So this is going to impede people's ability if it does come down. Thank you. We received a speaker slip in favor from Catherine Rhodes. You are still here. And our final speaker is Jason.
Good morning, Council President, Council members. My name is Jason Moore. Apparently today that's going to require some clarification. This Jason Moore spent 20 years working in San Diego politics to shape regional policy. I'm not the Jason Moore proposing this rideshare tax. I've had people reach out asking why I'm supporting a tax increase. Again, I'm not. I oppose it. Rideshare is not a luxury in San Diego. It's how people get home safely, how workers commute, and how many avoid driving under the influence. Rideshare usage is highly price sensitive. I want to say that again. Rideshare usage is highly price sensitive. Even small increases reduce demand, especially among lower income riders, and that has real consequences. This proposal comes from one of the most affluent communities in the region, not the communities that rely on these services every day. And for the record, I am not Jason Moore.
That 1 minute.
Comment on this item. To take a page out of Catherine Rhodes. How can this sort of tax money impact the ideas of good tech accountability? Coming item G, I think tech accountability can really help ideas of fiscal accountability and what that can mean. So good luck in considering good tech practices if this passes. And the concept of accountability is immeasurable. Good conversations between myself and Councilperson LaCava on parking fee allocation issues can have an important effect on how John Stump, how he decides and thinks about and creates his proposition issues. So clarifications are important. Good luck what we do together as a community. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tony. Please unmute and begin.
Hello, folks. Good morning. Just calling to say that I'm in support of this proposition to tax the rideshare companies. I believe this would also include Uber and Lyft as well. I would ask that this proposal that it declude Rideshare United, which is actually a unionized rideshare program that we have here in San Diego. It lacks the funding and sort of the support from people using it on a more regular, consistent basis to really get off the ground the way that many of us had hoped it would. But this might be the sort of deal that where if the big major Lyft and Uber are taxed at this rate, this would enable San Diegans to avoid the alternative, which is Rideshare United. So I am heavily in support of this tax, and I would love for there to be more of a follow-up with regard to the information about this proposal.
Thank you for your comment. Kathleen Lippett, please unmute and begin.
Thank you for letting me speak. While I appreciate the intent of Jason Moore's ballot measure, it's a well-meaning measure to find another source of revenue that would go towards repairing San Diego's roads that are truly in terrible shape. But the reason is not because there are insufficient revenues. It's due to the city's attempt to fund their preferred projects, maybe millions of dollars on bicycle lanes, but because San Diego roads are in such bad shape because of the deferred maintenance. Deferring maintenance always seems to be a go-to measure when the city wants more money. The Jason Moore that is not in favor of this measure wisely pointed out that many people who are in need of ride share because they are inebriated or under the influence really need this. So it would not be wise to increase the number of DUIs for this measure. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Phone number ending in
2658. You can unmute by pressing *6. Phone number ending in 2658. We cannot hear you.
Yes. Can you hear me now?
Great. Yes,
My
please
name
proceed.
is Peter Bowman. Peter Bowman from Terrasana. I oppose this measure. I agree wholeheartedly with the second Jason Moore. We need to stop all the taxation. Clearly the city is having revenue problems. How about we evaluate and reduce services rather than keep taxing and taxing and taxing? There's no accountability for the mayor or the city council to reduce services. And so it's just getting ridiculous. We can't even live here anymore. I lived here my whole life. And it's getting unaffordable. Thank you.
Belen, please unmute and provide your comment.
To pay forward highly valued city services. My concern with this one is it directly increases the cost of transportation and the cost of living for people who need rideshare. For some, it might be a privilege they just don't want. People who take it because, public transit isn't rideshare, and the cost has been doubling over the past couple of years, so an additional cost to it, it makes transportation more accessible for people who are using rideshare, not just because they want to, but because they need to. Thank you.
Thank you. And Chair, this concludes testimony on the sub-item.
All right, thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Mr. Moore, for bringing this. I think it's one of the more sophisticated measures brought forward by an individual, so I appreciate that. Thank you to members of the public. I'll turn it over now to Councilmember Elo Rivera for questions, comments, and
Thank you, Council President. I just want to say thank you for bringing this forward, understanding the goal you're trying to achieve. I will say that I think as designed, or kind of as proposed, I should say, the impact would still very much be felt by riders, and at a time when the cost of living is going up in the way it has, when gas prices are going up in the way that they are, and the pricing is as dynamic as it is, the ability for the companies to pass these fares along to folks, it's just too easy for them to do it. And I think I'm very much thinking about working class folks who can't afford a car and do rely on rideshare times because of timing, or our public transportation system isn't serving the part of the city where they're working or living as much as we want that to happen. If it's not happening yet, that relatively modest tax on the corporation, which I'm all for them actually paying, would love to take it straight from the executives of those corporations if we could. I think we'll just add a few percentage points to the cost of rides. And then the other impact I have concerns about is on drivers and competition, as automated vehicles are attempting to make their way here to San Diego. There's a massive competitive advantage for the corporations running those automated vehicles in comparison to a vehicle with a driver in it, despite many this would put the many thousands of folks who depend on driving for their income, for their livelihood. And here, I think, and then the last thing on the automated vehicles, those are very heavy vehicles that have significant wear and tear impacts on our streets. If this was something aimed at them, I might be more interested. Appreciate the work that was done on it, because it's clearly a lot of thought was put into this. Appreciate the intent, but for reasons stated, I won't be supporting it. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Elo Rivera. We'll go next to Councilmember Kempy.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you for those comments, Councilmember Elo Rivera. Thank you, Mr. Moore, for putting this idea forward. I appreciate the intent of what you're bringing forward, but I think on balance and in practice, it would not be the appropriate move forward today. First, I think it would hurt vulnerable communities that rely on rideshare because they cannot afford cars, gas, and insurance. The New York Times just 2 days ago chronicled at length how high car payments make ownership feel impossible, and vehicle prices rising, auto loan interest rates, and insurance and maintenance costs make it harder for people to buy or keep cars. And so many of those people are turning towards rideshare, impacting people trying to go to work or school with this extra percentage is another burden for them, and I don't think we should be putting that on them. Second, I'm hesitant to put any more obstacles in the way of individuals who use ride sharing to avoid drinking and driving. 2 years ago, my family and I were almost killed by a drunk driver, and I know Mr. Moore sympathizes with that reality that many families face. Don't get me wrong, I know you're not trying to make it easier at all for people to get away with that. I just feel that this hurdle leads to potential harm that is not outweighed by the revenue we might get from this. And so I want to thank you for your suggestion to help us obtain revenue, but on balance, I can't support today. Appreciate you coming in person yourself.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Campbell. We'll go next to Council President Pro Tem Lee.
Thank you, Council President. I'll echo my colleagues here, but especially want to echo what Councilmember Elo Rivera noted in terms of the gap that I believe is already coming, that we're going to have to classify as rideshare activity as well. And so, as well intentioned as this might be as a proposal, that we would actually feel that there's a need to address as a significant challenge for our region moving forward. So, thank you again though, for the proposal.
All right, thank you, Council President Pro Tem Lee. I'll add my thank you, and again, this is probably one of the more sophisticated presentations we've seen. There may be a time and a place for this. I don't think it's right now. Kind of good ideas often have to have good timing or a good moment as well. But I think I really appreciate you thinking about this, thinking a little bit outside the box going forward. So again, thank you, and with no motion, we will consider sub-item E dispensed. Again, thank you. We'll next go to sub-item F.
Thank you, Chair.
Please introduce it.
Sub-item F is the consideration of a ballot measure proposed by Councilmember Raul Campillo in the city of San Diego. And again, if you're watching on City TV or the live stream and you'd like to call in, please dial 1-669-254-5222, and when prompted, input webinar ID 160-439-9420 pound. Chair.
All right, thank you. So I see staff is settled in. Introduce yourself for the record, and you will have up to 3 minutes for your presentation.
The Rules Committee. My name is Vic Teal, and I serve as Deputy Chief of Staff for Councilmember Raul Campillo. I'll need 3 minutes for my presentation. Today, the Office of Councilmember Raul Campillo is bringing forward an item for the initial consideration election that parking shall remain free at city-owned parking lots and beaches and bays. The action before the committee today is straightforward. We are requesting that the committee direct the District 7 office to work with the city attorney and the independent budget analyst to conduct preliminary fiscal, operational, and legal analyses of this proposal. These analyses would help inform the framework of a potential ballot measure that parking shall remain free at city-owned beaches and bay parking lots. The results of these consideration and access to our shoreline amenities. It is key to note that the city currently does not charge for parking in the beach and bay parking lots that it owns and operates. This proposal is intended to explore ways to enshrine this long-standing policy and maintain public access to the coast. The concept under consideration would be to add a section to the San Diego Municipal Code establishing that parking in city-owned beach and bay parking lots shall remain free of charge. By codifying this policy, the measure would aim to preserve public access to beaches and bays for residents and visitors, while maintaining the city's current practice of free parking in these coastal lots. It is also important to clarify what this measure would not do. The proposal would not apply to existing parking meters or other paid parking programs elsewhere in the city. It would also not prevent the city from installing parking meters on nearby public streets adjacent to beach parking lots. In other words, the focus is specifically on city-owned beach and bay parking lots themselves. To close, we are requesting direction for the city attorney and independent budget analyst to conduct the necessary preliminary analysis and work with our office to develop the framework for potential ballot measures. These findings would then return to the Rules Committee for further discussion. Thank you, and we're available to answer any questions.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Campillo, for bringing this item forward. Vic, for your presentation. Sarah, let's go to public comment.
Thank you, Chair. We'll begin with allegedly Audra.
So actually, it's a good one. It's concerning because then if you're talking about streets nearby, I mean, I'm sure that's going to come down at some point. And then will that be fought by saying that this is a place that needs to collect revenue as well? But I think this is good because I don't think people should be priced out of enjoying the things that are the amenities of San Diego. There's a lot of beauty wrapped up in the disgustingness of the city, but you know, I just feel like the more that we start charging people for different things, it's going to keep families from being able to go and enjoy this. And so hopefully this will pass. Who knows? Whatever.
Thank you. And we have received a speaker slip in favor from Mandy Havlick. And I will begin the 5-minute timer for all those in the virtual queue to indicate if they wish to speak to this sub-item F. We will begin with Catherine Douglas. Please unmute and begin. You will have 1 minute.
Keep beach and bay parking free in San Diego. San Diego's coastline is a public resource protected under the California Coastal Commission's policies emphasizing access. Charging for parking effectively creates a paywall to the beach. Our beaches belong to all residents of San Diego, not just those who are lucky enough to transit option, which is most people, are disproportionately effective. Public beaches should remain accessible to everyone, not just those who can afford parking fees. Until transit is significantly improved, charging for parking disproportionately impacts those with fewer options. Coastal access should remain open, equitable, and easy, not dependent on ability to pay. A resounding no to paid parking at our beaches. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Our next speaker is Mary Beth Lazaro. Please unmute and provide your testimony.
Yes, this is Mary Beth and Dan Lazaro, and we resoundingly support this and hope that you move it forward. The quality of our town surrounds the fact that it's a beach community.
Yes, we do not want to have to pay for the beaches and parking.
We just want to keep the small town atmosphere. I recognize that this is a large city, but we don't want to be like Los Angeles. We want to keep the small town feel, and having no pay at the beaches is part of that.
We've lived here for over 40 years. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Tony. Please unmute and begin.
Support of this measure to have free parking at all of our beaches, or at all of the ones where this would be available. I think that this is a good proposal, and I support Raul Campillo and his office in putting forward this proposal, and I hope that it's a good idea that this morning. So I hope somebody, and I hope the motion gets a second so that it can advance in the legislative process. Thank you.
Thank you. Catherine Rhodes, please unmute and begin.
Hello, this is Catherine Rhodes, and first I want to thank Raul Campillo for putting this forward.
Of course, we should have, free parking at the beach. When I was younger, my mom had 6 kids, and the only thing that we had money to do was go to the beach. And so, and we also, because we were under 14, we used to actually get to go free to the zoo. And so, one thing is that, in theory, you can charge parking if you wanted to, just for areas where there's formational material, like let's just say right by the roller coaster. But for the other parts of Mission Bay, those are state tidelands that are owned by all of us in the state of California. And so any person from the state of California should have the same access as people that are just public here. And so thank you so much for putting it forward. Totally support this.
Thank you for your testimony. Our next speaker is Shane Harris. Please unmute and begin.
Yes, good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Shane Harris, and I'm here as San Diego Public Advocate in strong support of Councilmember Raul Campillo's proposed ballot measure. This proposal does something simple but powerful. It protects free parking at our city's beaches and bays by placing it into law if the voters put it through. That balance matters because it isn't just about parking, it's about access. Our coastline is one of San Diego's greatest public assets, and it should remain accessible to everyone, not just those who can afford to pay. Even the small fees create barriers, real barriers for working families, senior and everyday residents. And without this measure, the question of beach paid parking would still be on the table. Every budget cycle, every fiscal crisis, this proposal gives certainty to the people of San Diego. It puts the decision in the hands of voters, like Balboa Park should have been done. San Diego, this proposal to the full council.
Thank you for your testimony. And with the 5-minute timer exhausted, we have 6 hands remaining in the queue. We'll take no other callers beyond these 6 individuals. Phone number ending in 8700. You can unmute by pressing *6. You will have 1 minute.
Well, thank you, Joey Sunyata, CD3. Yes, move this forward. Remain free at beaches and bays. San Diego has coastal access that is great. And a lot, if not most of our public are water lovers. I really, really love these small town speakers, the one that spoke about the small town idea and how beautiful that is. I'm urban, but I've lived in small towns throughout my life, and they're both great. So, and Catherine Rose, that was a really fun example. I can picture you as a little girl enjoying the beaches of San Diego. So thank you, everybody. Move this forward. Love you all.
Thank you. Our next caller is phone number ending in 2658. You can unmute by pressing *6.
Yes, City Council, this is Peter Roman, Santa. I also want to express my strong support for advancing Councilmember Campillo's proposal to permanently enshrine the beaches and bays for free public access, not pay. So we really need to find other ways to generate revenue than burdening the things that make San Diego so great. Access to the beaches, which I do almost every day. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Begin.
Thank you to Councilmember for his proposal to make beach and bay parking free. It is consistent with the California Coastal Act of 1976 that allows public access to the beach ongoing. Beach California, and as stated earlier, the proposal is a barrier to public access. In the same way that the city continues to permit streeteries, which are also barriers to the public access of beaches and right-of-ways, public right-of-ways. It was a privilege granted to alcohol licenses during COVID policies that determined alcohol and marijuana businesses were considered essential, while small businesses and churches, family and public celebrations, and even a surfer visiting the beach was chastised and prevented from celebrating. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you for your comment. Larry Beekman, please unmute and begin.
Hi, thank you. Larry Beekman. This is an important item right next to Balboa Park parking fee issues. The park and the beach are the big one too. And good luck how you can address the initial question of revenue, and that our community has really decided to vote against tax increases for revenue. So we're having all these difficult questions to ask. It does ask the question, how can we find, really unique, different, new revenue sources? And that takes a really, and how we get to that good place, I hope we can support the ideas of how we have to address revenue overall. And we have to acknowledge that as a full community process. So I don't know the answers here. I'm just trying to offer a new system of how we have money management, how we think of money management, and that means...
Thank you. This does conclude your time. Belen, please unmute and begin.
Thank you. Yes, similar as to the other speaker was saying, it's a tough one because we want to generate revenue, and people who can pay into it should probably pay into it. But I work with youth in different capacities. In City Camp, we have a program focused on access to nature because low-income families often don't have access to nature, and so we try to provide the opportunity. And paper parking does create an additional families going out and enjoying what is one of the few free open spaces where they can connect with nature and overall wellness. So for that reason, I think this is a good ballot measure. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. And the final speaker in the queue is Mandy. Please unmute and begin.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Mandy Havlick. I'm a District 2 candidate for City Council. I also want to thank Councilmember Raul Campillo for bringing forward this conversation. Access to our coastline should never come with a price tag. Our beaches are one of San Diego's greatest public assets, and they belong to everyone, not just those who can afford to pay for parking. Charging for beach parking creates a barrier, especially for working families, seniors, and young people who rely on our coast as an affordable way to enjoy the outdoors. In a time when everything is getting more expensive, keeping beach access free is one of the simplest, most meaningful ways we can support our communities. Free parking isn't just about convenience, it's about equity. It ensures that everyone, regardless of income or neighborhood, can experience the beauty of our coastline. If we truly believe in coastal access, then we need to protect it.
Entertain a motion, and we'll start with Councilmember Campillo.
Thank you, Council President. And for getting stakeholders involved in this process. Beaches and bays, they are not just public spaces that belong to everyone. For everyone's enjoyment, for everyone's health, and for everyone to call themselves San Diegan. For many residents, especially those who do not live near the coast, these spaces are their third spaces, where they can gather and relax and connect outside of home and work without paying an entry fee. So ensuring continued access to these spaces is about equity and quality of life, what it means to live in San Diego. Access to our coastline should not depend on your zip code or your ability to pay, and free parking in city-owned beaches and bay lots helps ensure the families from every neighborhood. Especially important for inland communities where getting to the coast requires time and planning and transportation. In our district, we heard something that really stuck with us. Teachers told us how students at Montgomery Middle School, who live in one of the lowest income neighborhoods in our city, they can see the ocean every day from their campus. But many of them have never actually been there. That reality should give us pause. I would hate to lock in that reality. This item fundamentally keeps open opportunity for Linda Vistans and everyone. Linda Vista means beautiful view. That beautiful view is our beaches and our bays, most especially Mission Bay. Our job is to make sure the coast is not just something you can see, but something you can experience, no matter where you live, so that it remains a linda vista and doesn't become a vista cara, an expensive view. This measure is about maintaining what we already do today by keeping parking in city-owned beaches and bay parking lots free. So let's protect it. It provides clarity by coding not impact existing parking meters or limit the city's ability to manage the parking on near. Absolutely need to continue to invest in better coast. We need to do more, but we also have to be honest with our current reality. Many families reality to ensure access is preserved right now, not just in the future. Our beaches are also a cornerstone of San Diego's identity and economy. Keeping them accessible supports tourism and local small businesses and the broader coastal economy that delivers a lot of money to our city's budget and our revenue streams. Ensuring that some portion of coastal access remains free benefits both residents and visitors, which in turn helps the businesses, which in turn helps our budget. But at the end of the day, this is all about giving the public a voice. This proposal simply asks that we place this policy before voters so they can decide whether to preserve free parking in our beaches and bay lots. I believe the people of San Diego should have that opportunity to weigh in on how we protect access to our coastline. This is about protecting access to one of our most important public resources. It's about making sure that every San Diegan, not just those who live near the coast or within our city boundaries, can experience and enjoy our beaches and bays. And at bottom, it allows the public to exercise their voice and their power. So with that, Council President, I would like to move that my office work with the City Attorney and IBA to provide preliminary fiscal, operational, and legal analyses of this proposal and draft a framework for a ballot measure for parking in beaches and bays to remain free in the City of San Diego and report back to the Rules Committee. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Campillo. So we have a motion by Councilmember Campillo to move the idea forward. We'll go next to Councilmember Moreno.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. Also, thank you to my colleague, Councilmember Campillo, for bringing this important ballot proposal. Coastal access is a vital public resource for residents across San Diego, especially for residents that I represent in District 8. We are incredibly fortunate to have this coastline in such a close proximity to our communities, and it's something that should remain accessible to all. Much like Balboa Park, our coastline represents a shared public asset. I have consistently supported policies that preserve access to these spaces. For that reason, I oppose the implementation of paid parking at Balboa Park, as I believe it creates barriers for families and individuals who may not otherwise have access to open space and recreation opportunities. Ensuring that our natural resources remain accessible is a matter of public good. Coastal access should remain free for everyone. My residents rely on these spaces for recreation, connection, and well-being, increasing their quality of life regardless of income or the neighborhood. So for those reasons, I am honored to second the motion before us today.
I think move the idea forward. All office. Council President Pro Tem, go first.
Sure. Thank you, Council President. First off, I want to emphasize that I absolutely also agree on the need for protecting coastal access when it comes to the beaches, coastline, and the bays. I don't think that's something that differs for any of us that are up here on this dais. In this proposal in particular, I think one thing I want to emphasize is that for residents, in San Diego. That is not something that I would support charging for. And frankly, given the way that we've seen Balboa parking implemented in this last year, don't believe that we have the capacity to do anyhow. I don't believe that there's a current proposal to charge putting a ballot measure forward that would codify, not just for this period of time, but for the long-term future under any council, whether there's any willingness to address congestion needs when it comes to access to the coast, the possibility that visitors, like in almost every coastal city up and down the state, could be paying for parking, shouldn't be something that we should hamstring any future council or any future public from considering. And that's what this certainly would do. That's the perspective I would have. I would argue right now that we are going to continue to protect parking access on our beaches and bays, and especially make that the case for residents, something that I certainly would stand by. And that's why at this point I cannot support the measure being proposed.
All right, thank you, Council President Pro Tem Lee. Not seeing anybody else in the lights. Oops, Councilmember Campion.
Thank you, Council President. I want to address one specific note that Council President Pro Tem Lee made, noting the distinguishing between residents versus non-residents. If at some point the city of San Diego wanted to start charging non-residents for parking, is my understanding, belief, and researched analysis that going for that would run into Coastal Commission problems of the state law that requires us to have access to our coastlines, and the differentiation would be undoubtedly overturned by the Coastal Commission. The other cities that do park or charge for parking, they don't differentiate between visitors and non-visitors. They charge. Those might have been approved by the Coastal Commission. They might even have surge charging at certain points, but there's no differentiation between Californians of different cities, and the state law would, in essence, say that if we are going to protect paid parking for residents of San Diego, like you undoubtedly support, we cannot differentiate. We have to protect it for all Californians. So that's my analysis of that. I would hope that you would allow us to move forward with the research, to be able to bring something forward at a second meeting and make a final determination at that point. And if my answer on that is wrong, I would feel free to reject the idea at that point. But I appreciate your input, and I appreciate that you are noting your support for free parking.
Thank you for letting me get back on the mic. I appreciate that analysis as well, Councilmember Campillo. I don't think any of us should probably speak in advance of the Coastal Commission making any determination as they might on an issue. I know that this has been posed to them, I think, from the mayor's administration, and if what you said is true and the Coastal Commission would not allow for the differentiation, then I would project that the city would not be charging for parking if we can't make that differentiation, at least according to what I have indicated that I support. However, if they could make that differentiation, then putting the measure on the ballot would ensure that even if that was possible, we would not be able to charge. I think there are a couple of other logistic issues to consider as well, which is whether there's been discussions with Mission Bay lessees. There are special events that we have that are on city-owned property and other leases that the city already has currently within the vicinity, and those will all be dynamics that I imagine we'll have to consider. So, thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Council President Pro Tem Lee.
They have
not going to let me speak.
No, sorry. I just want to say that absolutely have talked with lessees as well. And again, I don't think we heard many call in today, but their input would absolutely be welcome in between the first and second reading as well. And with that, I will conclude my comments. Almost. No, at this point. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. These ballot measures do often require a lot of dialogue, and which is why it takes two hearings at committee to really flesh these things out before it goes, if it does go forward to the full council. I think it's no secret that when my September memo came out last year that paid parking in the beaches and bays was on that list. I have since had an epiphany about that. The public has spoken loud and clear. Beach of the Bay. By myself as a student of history, but when I reflect on actions taken by previous council members or mayors over the years, or even at the state level, listen to things that have proven to be unwieldy, uncomfortable, and difficult, if not impossible, to change, starting as early as the People's Ordinance over 100 years ago, even I would dare say Prop 13, the coastal height limit, all tapped into a frustration and anger and locked us into things that made it, as I said, difficult, if not impossible, to change. Any kind of ballot measure, I think everybody understands there's no proposal on the table. I think the public has made it loud and clear to the mayor, to the council, about not doing that going forward. Nevertheless, I'm intrigued enough for Councilmember Campillo to make a case on this and how this would work, and the caveats that would be embedded in that. I think of Councilmember Kersey's infrastructure measure, a couple of other measures that had caveats and carve-outs in that. I would be interested to see if that was included in any proposal going forward. That probably would be required for me to get another yes vote beyond this morning. To the point that was raised, there has been a lot of talk about the leases on Mission Bay that accrues to both the Mission Bay as well as the shoreline parks that also had very specific language that limited that lease revenue towards only capital improvements. We can build a new comfort station, but the streets are in disrepair, the landscaping is in bad shape in many places, and the sidewalks are cracked, but we can't have because they don't qualify as capital projects. That item is, that kind of charge change is not in front of us, but maybe someday we'll figure out how to bring that forward with the support of the leaseholders who I think actually would like to see those kind of routine maintenance done, make sure the Mission Bay and the shoreline parks are the very best. So at this stage, I will be supporting the idea, but I remain a little bit leery about whether I will continue my support, but I wanted to give you a chance, Councilmember Campillo, to carry this just a little more forward. So we have a motion by Councilmember Campillo, a second by Councilmember Moreno. Let's do a vote, given what I'm hearing. And that passes 3-2. So we will look forward when you're ready to scheduling this to be brought back to Rules Committee.
Council President, very briefly, I know my staff has communicated with you about a different meeting that I have to chair in just a few minutes for the San Diego River Conservancy. So I just wanted to say thank you to my colleagues and beg the forgiveness for the fact that I have to leave. I know it's oftentimes difficult to keep quorum for here, so I do appreciate them for understanding. The other meeting wouldn't have quorum if I don't go. So, but I do want to say I want to thank Council President Pro Tem Lee for his item that's coming forward. I think it's quite wise. I want to thank Councilmember Elo Rivera for his item as well, which I think is similarly wise. I know the details will be fleshed out, but I just wanted to appreciate their hard work of them and their staffs at this point on the record, and look forward to perhaps suggesting some concepts further. I appreciate that Councilmember Elo Rivera and his team have before us a transparency and ethics item that's about to be heard, and I know my staff reached out to his, so thank you, Councilmember Elo Rivera, for bringing it forward. And okay, thank you.
We also have a time challenge for this room, because CNS is actually meeting this afternoon at 2. So as long as we can maintain quorum for another half hour or whatever it takes to hear the 2 remaining items. With that, Sarah, please introduce sub-item G.
Thank you, Chair LaCava. Sub-item G, consideration of a ballot measure proposed by Council President Pro Tem Kent Lee to advance fiscal accountability and transparency reform.
I'll turn it over to Angelie, our Chief of Policy, to help us with that.
Thank you for waking me up. Yes. Introduce yourself for the record and then please proceed.
Good afternoon, Chair LaCava and members of the Rules Committee. I am Angelie Hoyos, Chief of Policy for Council President Pro Tem Kent Lee. I am here today to present a ballot measure regarding fiscal accountability and transparency reform in the City of San Diego for consideration on the November 2026 ballot. Council District 6 requests the Rules Committee consider a proposal focused on fiscal accountability and transparency by considering the following amendments to the city charter, which requires voter approval. Number 1, specifying the role of a Chief Operating Officer or COO. These amendments could include describing job requirements, day-to-day duties, and council authority to ratify dismissal of the COO by supermajority. Number 2, adding language to strengthen council budgetary authority by providing the opportunity to propose fiscal mid-year budget adjustments. And number 3, ensuring offices that have independent oversight functions have sufficient funds to ensure their stability and effectiveness by exploring whether to establish baseline funding mechanisms, prohibiting reductions unless approved by a supermajority of the council, or other options during the City Council's annual budget process. These options are based on preliminary analysis of other city charters, such as Los Angeles, San Francisco, and Chicago. Other cities should this sub-item pass today. This slide presents a brief timeline of the strong mayor form of government. The most recent circumstance was last year when Mayor Gloria retained city manager to analyze how we can improve the strong mayor form of government. It is our goal with this policy to ensure the city is maintaining fiscal accountability and oversight. Our proposal aims to prioritize the best interests of city residents and businesses, reserve checks and balances, ensure an ethical government, and maintain strong but accountable mayoral governance. With that, Council District 6 requests to work with the Office of Fiscal Accountability and Transparency of the city as a municipal corporation and return to the Rules Committee for further consideration. Thank you, Chair. That concludes my presentation.
The public's ability to see what's really going on. A lot of times things don't come out until some kind of exposure happens and then you guys want to address it. It's kind of, so I don't know how this is going to really change anything that is going to benefit the people and show, I don't know, because we don't have an ethical government, and I don't know that, I mean, Todd Gloria is never around. It's like he only comes when he wants a photo op, and so I don't know why we even call this a strong mayor form of government. You know, other mayors actually are part of their councils and engage with the people. I feel like he just tries to hide away while spending our money.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Adrian Kwiatkowski.
Good afternoon, Council President, members of the council. My name is Adrian Kwiatkowski. I'm here today as a resident of the city, a taxpayer. No one's paying me to be here. I have a little bit of knowledge on this topic. I was one of the authors of our Strong Mayor Form of Government in 2004. I was also the campaign manager for that ballot measure. I was involved in key charter amendments in 2008. I was a member of the city's charter review committee from 2007, 2008. That's the last time we had a comprehensive review of our city charter and governance structure. And I was the campaign manager that made some questions I have about the COO report to who will direct the COO on a daily basis. I have concerns over the termination of the COO. You do not want to have a situation where a mayor is terminated as COO and the council has reinstated that person and not. I look forward to working with you on this. I am here to be a resource and help you if you move forward. So thank you so much.
Thank you. I'll begin the 5-minute timer for those in the virtual queue to indicate if they wish to give public comment to sub-item G, beginning testimony with Serena Pelka. Please unmute and begin.
Hi, good afternoon. This is Serena Pelka with Climate Action Campaign, where we're dedicated to securing a healthy, safe, and affordable clean energy future for all San Diego families. And we're calling in to support this proposed ballot measure. Amending the charter to require the mayor appoint a COO is vital to increase accountability for the implementation of work that supports our San Diego communities. A COO will establish clear operational accountability, which is critical to ensure adopted policies and climate and infrastructure solutions are implemented effectively to improve quality of life in the city. We need systems that ensure decisions are made in the public interest and with meaningful oversight, and strengthening council's role in the budget process and in ensuring stable funding for independent oversight bodies like the Independent Budget Analyst and Ethics Commission are critical. So we encourage your support for this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Catherine Rhodes. Please unmute and begin.
Hello, this is Catherine Rhodes, and I want to very much support this. I always thought that when we voted over 20 years ago, we voted for a strong mayor, strong city council form of government instead of a city manager. I thought you were supposed to be co-equal with the mayor. I didn't know that the mayor can make changes mid-year and you guys can't do anything about it. And so what happens is, now it makes sense that everybody at the city council is scared of the mayor, because if you stand up for anything that he doesn't like, he can take projects away from your council district that you previously approved. And so, yes, you need a check and balance on the mayor, because the mayor right now has always been out of control and he's mean. He'll use it against you if you actually stand up to him. And so we need a strong mayor, strong city council form of government, not just a strong mayor form of government. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is phone number ending in 8700. You can unmute by pressing *6.
Thank you, Jason at CD3. We could talk about this for a month. It is such a big item, and I'm kind of on the fence for it, and yet I'm not. Council Pro Tem Lee, you're just great. I just really am rooted when you talk. Accountability and transparency. The problem is systemic. Yes, I agree with you that the strong mayor governance needs to be looked at. You hear me talk about CODA being there in the city council meeting representing the mayor. That's not enough for me. I do want to be there with the mayor. I want to hug the mayor, as I do with other people, when they're there in city council working for us. And we have to find another way to go into the systemic problem.
Thank you. This does conclude your time. Thank you. Our next speaker is Time to Act. Please unmute and begin.
Hi, my name is Nicole Lilly. I'm the Executive Director of Our Time to Act. I'm calling to support this item because it's critical that our City Council have more accountability and oversight over our mayor. Just seeing the last budget cycle, we see the ways in which the strong mayor system can be utilized to hurt public services, cut public goods. I'm especially interested in the baseline funding floor to ensure the stability and effectiveness of our offices, especially those doing community services. And I think that we need to have greater accountability within our legislative system at the city. So I'm just going to support this item's continued consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Claire Beekman, please unmute and begin.
There's been a lot of city council talk. How can we have a more responsible mayor who can be responsible for the projects and programs for the city? It sounds like a really interesting way to create new concepts of the relationship between strong mayor and city council, and it's needed. Oakland has the same exact problem. I think it's a strong mayor problem around the country that you're trying to address. It's really good luck, and I think we have to acknowledge that maybe in 10, 15 years' time, the strong mayor system overall isn't the best system, and we may want to change. But until that time, this is a really good way to work towards a compromise process. Thank you.
Thank you. And at the exhaustion of the 5-minute timer, we have 6 hands remaining, and we will take no other callers beyond these 6 hands up. Shane Harris, please unmute and begin. Shane Harris, I've given you permission to speak to sub-item G. Please unmute and begin your comment. All right, we will return to you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Lee, for bringing this forward. I'm calling on behalf of Mid-City CAN to express our strong support for this measure. We support adding a chief operating officer accountable to all city officers, allowing City Council to propose major budget adjustments that are responsive to community needs, and establishing baseline funding for independent offices that are critical to government accountability and good policy. And yeah, we think it would create greater transparency, and we are all for the checks and balances for better governance. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Catherine Douglas. Please unmute and begin.
I'm in strong support of this proposal. We absolutely should bring back the COO position. Our past COO recognized and told the mayor and city council that a severe funding issue existed. The reaction from the mayor was to eliminate the COO position. Look where we are today. We are in a terrible situation. Bring back the COO, and I like the checks and balances. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lucky. Please unmute and begin.
Hello, my name is Lucky Aiden. I'm the youth organizer with PANA, and I'm here to express my support for this item as a necessary step to strengthen physical accountability.
Tony, please unmute and begin.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Please proceed.
Oh, thank you. Good afternoon, John. I'm really tired of Republicans moonlighting as Democrats, and they figured out the code. They figured out how to get themselves elected by pretending.
Your comment. Youth Will, please unmute and begin.
Hello, Rules Committee. My name is Liliana Soriano, and I serve as the Director of Policy at YouthWorld. We're a youth advocacy organization serving young people throughout the region, 25 and under. And today we are supportive of this item to move forward because we believe that there is a bigger need for accountability when it comes to our budget discussions, especially in the past few years that we've been seeing our youth programming deeply impacted and not positively. But yeah, thank you.
Thank you. And returning to Shane Harris for a final opportunity to provide comment to sub-item G.
Yes, good afternoon, council members. My name is Shane Harris, San Diego Public Advocate, and I am here in strong support of Council President Pro Tem Kent Lee's proposal on fiscal accountability and transparency reform. This measure is about restoring trust in how our city operates. By ensuring we have a chief operating officer in place to oversee city operations, budget, and finance, because clearly the mayor cannot do it, we can bring back a critical layer of professional management that helps keep our government running effectively and responsibly. Just as important, exploring budget process reform strengthens checks and balances between the executive branch and the legislative body, something essential in a strong mayor system, and guaranteeing sufficient funding for independent oversight bodies like the Auditor and Ethics Commission ensures real accountability, not just promises on paper. At its core, this proposal prioritizes the and ensures an ethical government. Please move this to the full council for a vote.
Thank you for your concluding remark, and this concludes testimony on sub-item G.
All right, thank you.
Office of Mayor Todd Loria. Just a few comments on the proposed measure today. First, I'd like to say that Mayor Gloria is committed to the same goals invoked in Councilmember Lee's memo related to fiscal accountability, transparent government, and effective oversight. Those are not in dispute. However, the mayor has serious concerns about advancing this proposal to the November 2026 ballot. The mayor respects Councilmember Lee's right to raise these questions to the public, but a proposal to restructure the city charter deserves more than just a memo in a committee hearing. We believe that it deserves a holistic review of the full charter and what changes would actually do to San Diego's government. First, this is a structural shift, not a reform. This proposal is a shift of executive authority from the mayor's office to the city council. San Diego voters approved the strong mayor form of government and have reaffirmed it. Any structural weakening of mayoral authority should come after serious review of the city charter, likely through a charter review committee. While I appreciate the framing of this as a fiscal accountability measure, the executive functions, the mayor is constitutionally responsible for running. It would mandate that the mayor appoint a COO and give council supermajority power to ratify any dismissal. The mayor opposes this provision. Under the charter, the mayor is the city's chief executive, including the authority to hire and remove senior staff, are an inherent executive function. Giving the council veto power over those decisions is a direct incursion into executive authority. Additionally, the mayor restructured the COO function last year as an executive management decision. That is his prerogative. A charter amendment that strips that flexibility from this, and every future mayor sets a concerning precedent. On the proposal related to the mid-year, the mayor understands the frustration. The city faces a significant structural deficit, and the council wants more tools and flexibility. That is a legitimate concern. But the answer to a budget crisis is not to restructure budget authority. It is disciplined, collaborative budget work, which the mayor is committed to and actively engaged in. Mid-year council budget authority creates operational unpredictability, risks politicizing individual departmental cuts, and undermines the clear lines of fiscal accountability the proposal claims to strengthen. When a department needs a mid-year correction, the mayor, as chief executive, is the appropriate actor. That is how accountability is supposed to work. Clear authority, clear responsibility. The mayor is open to conversations about improved budget transparency and council information sharing, but a structural shift in budget authority that compromises executive accountability should be subject to a charter review process. Additionally, the mayor supports funding for the city's oversight agencies, the Ethics Commission, City Auditor, IBA, City Clerk, Commission on Police Practices. These institutions matter. But the mayor has significant concerns about enshrining funding floors in the charter, and we have some basic questions. How are the floors to be calculated? How are they indexed? What happens when they conflict with real budget constraints? Charter level mandates reduce fiscal flexibility in genuine emergencies and can produce unintended consequences when the overall budget contracts. The proposal references Los Angeles and San Francisco's models, cities that have faced exactly this problem. The mayor cannot support a proposal with an undefined mechanism, but is willing to discuss a solution that does not require locking in formula into the city charter. Lastly, on process, charter amendments are permanent structural changes to San Diego's government. They require significant analysis and public discussion. In the past, the council has convened a charter review committee that discussed these sorts of proposals over the span of months and years. The mayor would welcome a formal, deliberate charter review process, one that engages all branches of government and the public, but you will not support it using a fiscal crisis as a cover to rush structural changes onto the ballot before the ink on the proposal is dry. We are open to an open and honest conversation with the council on this and look forward to the discussion today on the Rules Committee. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. McKay. With that, we will turn it over to Council President Pro Tem Lee.
Thank you, Council President. 1 second, just make sure I have my notes here. Okay. I want to start just by noting this proposal is about strengthening fiscal accountability and transparency in how our city operates. San Diego's had a strong mayor form of government for nearly 20 years, and it's appropriate that we periodically review how that system is working, especially given the fiscal challenges that we're facing today. This, I believe, is an opportunity for us to strengthen that form of government. The first note that I will share as a priority is that we were looking to protect independent oversight. And we believe that that starts with the independent oversight offices, which we've identified here as potentially including the city auditor, ethics commission, independent budget analyst, city clerk, and the commission on police practices. Several of these are defined in our charter to have sufficient funding to operate, but that sufficiency is not defined. These offices play a critical role in ensuring transparency, ethical conduct, and public trust in our government. They have relatively small budgets, but they've been outsized responsibility when it comes to impact. We've also heard directly from these offices about the challenges they face. At a recent audit committee meeting, the Office of the City Auditor spoke about ongoing resource restraints and the impact that that has had on their work. I believe our city auditor is ask just a quick question here to our city auditor virtually.
I'm here. Thank you.
Andy, nice to see you. And I wanted to ask just how the auditor's budget, as one example, since you presented on this, has, as a proportion of the city's budget, has changed over the past decade.
Sure, thanks for the question. So the Office of the City Auditor's budget has declined from $1.39 out of every $1,000 the city spends back in fiscal year 2014 to only 96 cents today, and that's because over time the overall city organization we're charged with auditing and investigating has grown by billions of dollars and thousands of employees, and the Office of the City Auditor has not been provided the resources to keep up, and in fact the administration has asked for significant reductions in the last several fiscal years. And so to cut costs, and the city auditor I think will cost residents and taxpayers a lot more in the long run.
Thank you. I think this question is important because it gets at a core issue, which is whether our oversight functions are being resourced in a way that matches their importance. Ultimately, our proposal looks to explore ways to establish a baseline level of funding. We've seen some examples proposed by and or to consider restrictions on how funding is reduced when it comes to oversight offices. The goal is to ensure that offices responsible for holding our government accountable remain stable, independent, and effective. Our second priority in this measure is to strengthen fiscal accountability in the budget process. Currently, the council already approves our annual budget, but it doesn't have any mechanisms by which we can propose mid-year adjustments. And in a time of especially large fiscal uncertainty, this limitation has made it difficult for us to respond proactively. And so that is something that I will look forward to exploring and would encourage any feedback from my fellow colleagues. And finally, our third proposal is to clarify the operational leadership here at the city, which is ensuring that San Diego, as the 8th largest city in this country, and one with over 10,000 employees, billions of dollars in annual operations, has someone that is clearly accountable for the day-to-day operations of the city. The proposal would reestablish a chief operating officer role, clarify responsibilities for day-to-day management, and the intent here is to have clear accountability and effective management, especially fiscal management during challenging fiscal times. Our ballot measure is guided by 3 principles. One, again, to protect independent oversight. Secondly, to strengthen fiscal accountability. And third, to ensure transparent and effective governance. I just want to note that this is not about any personalities or any one administration. And I appreciate the mayor's perspective about the item, to which my only response is that this is much more than just a memo and a discussion of this committee. We'd certainly be happy to hear from the mayor when this item is brought forward next. This measure ultimately is about making sure that our system of government continues to work effectively today and into the future. Strong leadership works best when it is paired with strong accountability, and that's what we're looking to achieve. So with that, I will move the staff's recommendation for colleagues as well as the City Attorney's Office as we further refine this proposal.
All right, thank you, sir. We have a motion by Council President Pro Tem Lee. We'll go next to Councilmember Moran.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation, and thank you to Councilmember Lee for bringing forward this ballot proposal. This measure would implement much needed changes to included in this proposal. The city auditor plays a critical role in accountability in the city of San Diego. Through independent oversight, the auditor's office consistently brings forward recommendations that improve operations and also generates meaningful cost savings. For example, the 2024 performance audit of police overtime included recommendations expected to reduce overtime expenditures by approximately $6 million annually, more than the entire annual budget of the auditor's office from one single audit. Similarly, the performance audit of the city's management of its leased golf property portfolio identified approximately $2.5 million per year in additional revenue from the Fairbanks Ranch Country Club. These audits clearly demonstrate the value this office provides. What is particularly concerning is that this work continues even as the auditor's budget is being reduced. Funding has declined from $1.39 per $1,000 of city spending to 96 cents, despite a proven track record of producing savings and also, most importantly, improving transparency. Earlier this year, the auditor also noted that the office is funded below comparable agencies nationwide, which average approximately $1.50 per $1,000 in city spending. If we're serious about transparency, we must ensure that the auditor has the resources necessary to fulfill the responsibility entrusted to the office by the city charter and our. It's also important to recall why this role exists. In 2005, the city retained Kroll Associates to conduct an independent investigation into financial controls and transparency. In 2006, the independent budget analysts reported that two of the most significant reforms recommended were the creation of the audit committee and the establishment of the auditor's general position, now the independent city auditor. Given how essential this role was deemed to restoring public trust, it's equally essential that it be performed at the highest level of excellence. We are fortunate to currently have an independent auditor operating at that level, as reflected by national recognitions and awards. Those involved in the recruitment process can attest that even a national search yields very few candidates with comparable qualifications. Government auditing standards do not require or recommend term limits as a best practice. I also want to emphasize the importance of stability in this role. The pool of qualified candidates is limited, particularly given that individuals with these credentials can often earn significantly higher compensation in the private sector. If the city cannot attract or retain top-tier talent, our system of accountability is weakened. In addition, developing a deep understanding of the city's systems, departments, and operations takes time. Continuity is essential to maintaining effective oversight and ensuring the progress is not lost. For that reason, I would like to propose an amendment to this item, which is to remove term limits for the city auditor. Allowing for continuity in this position would help ensure that the city retains experienced leadership and preserves institutional knowledge while strengthening oversight of public funds, creating more accountability and transparency in the city of San Diego. So for these reasons, and if the maker of the motion is amenable to the changes.
I am.
Thank you. I'm happy to second the motion on the floor. Thank you. That concludes my comments.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Moreno. So with that one amendment, we have a motion by Council President Pro Tem Lee and a second by Councilmember Moreno. Councilmember Elo Rivera.
Thank you, Councilmember for bringing this forward and the work to bring it forward. I think there's some really important components of this that have been part of budget conversations and conversations throughout the year that the council has had for a number of years now. Some of the frustrations that we've had about not feeling as though the budget that we've passed is being implemented the process during the mid-year. And questions about accountability, and then obviously the public knowing that our independent offices that are there to let them know that the information coming from the auditor, the independent budget analyst, Commission on Police Practices, and Ethics Commission is all not just done well, but properly resourced. I think it's important. I know that this is the beginning of a process, and so we will will certainly, and during that process, we're going to get an analysis from the IBA about potential costs. I would imagine that that'll be part of it. We'll get analysis as to whether or not what we're looking to do is consistent with best practices. And that's all an important part of shaping this into what we ultimately we want it to be, which is to achieve the desired outcomes. So I think I see the path that we're headed down. I appreciate all of that, and appreciate the work that's going into this. The one thing I will say, so everything I just said about the independent offices being well funded, I mean that, and generally speaking, I get very nervous when we start locking up buckets of money. The more that we do that with, the less flexibility we have overall, and that does not mean it's not a thing worth doing, because as I said, letting the public know that we are properly resourcing these independent offices is incredibly important. What I would say it adds is pressure for us to resource this so that we're not robbing Peter to pay Paul. And for far too often in this city, we've done that, and I think I certainly don't want to be robbing from independent offices in order to pay for essential services, and we don't want to be robbing from essential services to pay for our independent offices. That requires the city to be adequately resourced. So with all that being said, thank you again for bringing this forward. I'll be supporting the motion.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Elo Rivera. I'll offer a few thoughts. I'll be supporting the item as well, to give my colleague or colleagues a little bit of insight as to where I'm going. I know we're kind of running late. I'm going to keep saying this over and over again. This is the council's house. This is not the mayor's house. The mayor comes here when we invite him or when he asks to be invited. This is where the council does its business. That's why the mayor's not here. We're not a small little city that has a mayor sitting up there with the council members going forward. Second to, I think it was Ms. Rhodes, this council is not afraid of the mayor. If you watched council, especially over the past year, we are not afraid of council. Previous councils were afraid of Mayor Faulkner, of previous, I think we are a strong council and a strong mayor. Form of government, as Donna Fry used to say back in the day. I'll get off my soapbox. Some of the ideas that my colleague brought forward once again demonstrates how much we think alike on a lot of things. But let me put a little bit of flavor on that. The Chief Operating Officer, I'm in support of. It was my idea last June to put that into. I actually have a draft sitting in my inbox. I don't think it should be effective until January 2029. I think it would be unrealistic to attract the kind of talent that we would need to impose it any sooner. With the kind of recruitment you would want to do, I think it'd be unfair to get really a highly qualified candidate that we would expect for our big city to actually take the position when the mayor would be leaving and he would not, or that person would not know who their boss was. So that would be one thing that I would be interested in. I'm very curious about the council participating in the mid-year adjustments going forward. I have thrown my colleagues under the bus. I don't like what happened last June where we did a lot of things on the fly. We didn't get the IBA involved until 20 minutes into the budget meeting. We ought to be very, very careful about what kind of mid-year adjustments and the risk it places to ongoing services and actually employee jobs going forward. So I would be very curious about the language. Uncomfortable about lock boxes despite the intent. I have not seen any punitive action on any of the independent boards or positions going forward. And so I would be very curious about what specific language might be brought forward to actually describe that. Last year, when I was elected council president for the very first time, me and my staff had an idea about a charter review committee. Suddenly, 2025 kind of blew up, and there really wasn't a good time to do a charter review committee. I will ask my colleague to make sure that we really think about any ripple effects or domino effects about some of the ideas you have and how they might affect the integrity of the charter. And to my colleague, you made a comment. I would hope that you would invite the mayor before the next committee meeting. Get their input. You may know what it is already, to make sure we're all working together. I think that would be a good idea, whether you take his ideas or not. So with that, we have a motion by Council President. I'm sorry. I'm not in favor of removing term limits. I think that's a necessary council. The city auditor was extended quite easily. Go into the language, see what you have in mind with that. But we have a motion by Council President Pro Tem Lee. Please call the vote. That's 4-0 with Council Member Campbell. So thank you, sir, for bringing that forward in the healthy dialogue this morning. If we have a little bit of time, I know Councilmember Moreno had warned us that she needed to depart. We still have a quorum, I believe. So we'll go quickly to sub-item H. Sarah, please introduce the item.
Thank you, Chair LaCava. Sub-item H, consideration of a ballot measure proposed by Councilmember Sean Hilo Rivera to reform campaign finance and ethic laws. Chair.
All right, please introduce yourself for the record and make your presentation.
Good afternoon, Chair LaCava and members of the Rules Committee. My name is Rosa Espada, Deputy Chief of Strategic Initiatives. On behalf of Councilmember Hilo Rivera, I'm here to present on our ballot measure proposal for November 2026 election to establish a comprehensive campaign finance and ethics reform package for the city of San Diego. There are main loopholes and limitations that prevent true transparency and disclosures. Voters are making decisions at the ballot box and through their elected officials without knowing who is spending money to influence them. Currently, there is real-time influence and no real-time disclosure. Big business groups are spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on deceptive mail, text, and social media campaigns on live city agenda items, and by the time disclosure is required, the vote has already happened. Additionally, people paid to influence city decisions are also funding the campaigns of the decision makers they lobby. This direct financial relationship erodes public trust and creates an inherent conflict of interest. The County of San Diego prohibits this action, and the City of San Diego is behind. We're also seeing these loopholes in elections. Currently, shell, pack, and pass-through entities are being used to strip away any meaningful information about who is actually behind independent expenditures spending in our elections. Voters cannot make informed decisions when the true funders of campaigns are deliberately concealed. Shadow campaigns exist with no accountability. Candidates for San Diego office are conducting months of paid candidate-like activities before they're formally filed to run, shaping voter opinion with no disclosure obligation attached to any of it. Lastly, voters have a right to know when someone is spending extraordinary personal wealth to influence an election. Current rules allow self-funded candidates to conceal the true scale of their personal spending, obscuring crucial information from voters. Everything we walk through isn't hypothetical. These are right now in San Diego in real elections and on city decisions. Therefore, Councilmember Hilo Rivera is proposing actions to increase accountability and bring in reforms on the problems we have is contributing to local policies, actions, and campaigns. The requested action for this item is as follows. Seeking approval for the Rules Committee to work with the city attorney to draft a ballot measure for November 2026. Thank you, and I'm here to answer any questions.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Hilo Rivera, for bringing the item forward for the presentation as well. We'll go to public comment.
Thank you, Chair. The public comment period for sub item H is now open, and allegedly, Audra, you've submitted
Yeah, Todd's not here because he likes to make music videos with our money. And it's like vampires can't come unless you're invited in. So Sean, this is actually pretty good. I mean, I think there should be transparency and accountability for people that are funding people to be up on dioceses like this. There's a lot of things that you can already go and find out about, and going towards people in the PACs and seeing who supports, and that there's money that is being basically put into people's pockets. Andrea Ebbing speaks about it a lot in this manner. So anything to make sure that people are being responsible and not, having some political agenda that's being put. There's been times when it was found out that there were people bussed in here for an item. So it's like, things like that also need to be exposed and stopped so that we're not, swaying you guys' decisions because of that. So,
thank you for your concluding remark, and I'll begin the 5-minute timer for those in the virtual queue to indicate if they wish to provide comment to sub-item H. Each speaker will have 1 minute. We will begin testimony with Becky Rath. Please unmute and begin.
Good afternoon, my name is Becky Rath, and I'm here to speak in strong support of increased transparency and accountability in how decisions are made in our city. Right now, the public is too often left in the dark, and San Diegans deserve to know who is influencing policy before it reaches this dais. We've seen clear examples where industries, including the marijuana industry, have had a seat at the table in shaping policy through advisory groups, internal decisions, and direct relationships with decision makers. In some cases, individuals involved in policy development have had financial ties to the very industry that they are helping regulate. Examples of this come from former members of the code monitoring team and the technical advisory committee. Whether these conversations happen at the staff level, in advisory committees, or informational conversations, the reality is the same. The public is not getting a transparent picture. Backdoor dealings is never the way to implement policy. Thank you for bringing this item forward.
Thank you for your testimony. Moving to phone number ending in 8700. You can unmute by pressing start.
Thank you. I'm basically saying what I said on the last item, and Councilmember De Rivera, I am also riveted by your work, and thank you so much for roaring. I'm on the fence on this. Last one felt like to be siloed. When are we going to just answer the question, what city are we trying to be? What city do we want to be? What city do we need to be? That's going to take the big picture outlook, and we're not doing that. To me, this is a great place to be, but I'm looking at the words dark money, shadows, loopholes. This happens in many areas of our city government, not just in certain areas. How we're going to
Thank you. This does conclude your time. Thank you for your comment.
Again, Sarah.
Our next speaker is Tony. Please unmute and begin.
Hello, Council. I want to say that I'm strongly in support of this measure introduced by Sean Rivera. I think accountability and transparency with where our money is being spent before a lot of these decisions are made in the proposed city council would go a long way in helping us, your constituents, understand why certain agendas seem to have already been decided upon in the city
for your testimony. Your time has concluded. You can begin.
Hello, my name is Nicole Lilly, the Executive Director of Our Time to Act. I'm calling today to be in strong support of the item at hand and appreciate Councilmember Elo Rivera for bringing it forward. Campaign finance reform is incredibly important to our community. We've seen the impacts of campaign spending and the lack of transparency around it. Just yesterday during the vote, APAC funding was a significant consideration that was not discussed. The fact that during the anti-home tax proposal, Airbnb was able to funnel so much money through and send misleading and misinformation through text messages to our community members. Youth deserve to know who is funding finance reform. So I just sincerely support this item and I'm grateful for it being brought forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Blair Beekman?
Hi, Blair Beekman. Thanks for the public comment. She made a big deal of persons on the city council becoming Democratic Party committee decision making. She felt it was a conflict of interest. I thought I'd just mention it this time. From that, I think I'm very much trusting what Councilman Elo Rivera is trying to do with this item. And thank you, as always, for he usually has a really good heart in matters. And I think this is one of those examples. Good luck, how this can be a good help for us in deciding campaign reform issues and accountability, and work better with accountability. Thank you.
Thank you. And with the 5-minute timer exhausted, we have one hand remaining in the queue. Kathleen Lippett.
Thank you, and thank you to Councilmember Elo in the best interest of the public. But since funding for the Office of the Independent Auditor still continue to support this office with that money, I'd like to point out that what should be obvious, and that is the influence that union workers have on this city and their policies.
All right, thank you to Sarah for this. Councilmember Elo Rivera, I know the city attorney's on light, I guess we'll put the motion, or is there anything in particular?
I just wanted to clarify what the staff recommendation was. I thought I heard it was to work with the Rules Committee, and I wanted to clarify if it's work with the Rules Committee or the Council Office. If it's the Rules Committee, we do office on the measure.
As I understand it, to seek approval from the Rules Committee to work with the city attorney to draft the ballot measure.
Thank you. It was a long morning.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you. And I will restate that. Thank you, Council President. Thank you, Rosa, for your work on this. I want to start by saying something. One, I appreciate the public comment, and I think it speaks to the public's desire for strong campaign finance and ethics rules to be one of the last things that people agree upon across the political spectrum. These are oftentimes 90-10, 80-20 issues, which is all but unheard of in today's political environment. And that's because people from across the political spectrum have lost trust in the systems because the systems are not working for them. I also wanted to note that, because I feel like this is important to be said, me proposing this in no way implies that I think the decisions that my colleagues make on a day-to-day basis aren't made because they think they're in the best interest of the city. But I also know that strengthening campaign finance rules gives people more trust that decisions are being made for the right reasons. So I want to talk about what money does to democracy, not in the abstract, but what is happening right here in San Diego. The Ethics Commission's own public filing system showed that Airbnb spent $372,198 lobbying against a policy proposal this committee considered earlier this year. And the San Diego Regional Chamber of Commerce spent another $292,119. That's over $650,000 spent against a single policy proposal on deceptive mail, text messages, and digital advertising. And yes, to literally bus fake public support down from Los Angeles before a committee vote for a policy proposal. And this is less than a year. In this year, it's the second time wealthy interests have spent heavily on deceptive campaigns in opposition to policy proposals. Not ballot measures, not candidates, but policy proposals. Raise the minimum wage, hospitality and tourism workers. So we're seeing a pattern of campaign-type spending and tactics, and it's not just happening on policy matters. A candidate in District 2 just ran what was, for all practical purposes, a shadow campaign for city council, with tens of thousands of dollars in paid communications promoting himself to voters before he ever filed a declaration of candidacy. Not a dollar of it had to be disclosed, not to voters, not to the city council, not to anyone. By the time he filed, a high-priced campaign had already been run, and for all we know, political serves the ultra-wealthy for decades to come. They're not word about it because they don't have to hide it. The law lets them do it in the open. And we've seen what that looks like in scale. In 2024, Elon Musk spent $291 million, a quarter of $1 billion, to influence the presidential election. He then parlayed that spending into an unelected government role where he took a hatchet for a federal government. And he hasn't stopped there. This year alone, he wrote a $10 million check to a single Senate primary candidate. One check, one raise, $10 million. And it does not need to be outside wealthy interests to distort democracy. Right here in California, again, billionaires are using their fortunes to attempt to buy their own seats in elected office. In 2022, Rick Caruso spent $100 million of his own money trying to buy the Los Angeles mayor's race. During one filing period, he spent $1 million per day. $1 million per day. In 2024, Daniel Lurie spent $8 million of his family's fortune to become mayor of San Francisco, accounting for more than half of all mayoral spending in that city. San Diego voters deserve to know in clear and simple terms how much money the wealthy are throwing around to try to buy elected office. So what does this have to do with San Diego? I'd say everything. The same legal architecture that allowed $291 million to flow into a presidential race, shell packs, pass-through entities, and no true source tracing exists in this city. The same people building a $500 million war chest to reshape California politics are going to look at San Diego. They already are. And we cannot wait for that money to arrive here and then try to figure out what happened. The time to build the guardrails is before the flood, not after. So the ask today is simple. It's to move forward so that we can move forward to allow San Diegans ultimately the opportunity to vote on whether they want to know who is spending money to influence their city. Let them vote on whether lobbyists should be allowed to fund the campaigns of the officials they lobby. Let them vote on whether dark money should be able to flow through shell packs with no accountability. And let them vote on whether a shadow campaign should be able to run for months with no disclosure. With that, I will move approval from the Rules Committee to work with the City Attorney to draft the ballot measure for November 2026. Thank you, Council President.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Elo Rivera. In the interest of time, I will second it and only add, as I did on the other items, to wait and see how the big idea translates to the details going forward. But thank you for bringing this item forward. So we have a motion by Councilmember Elo Rivera, second by myself. Not seeing anybody in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? So that passes 3-0 with Councilmember Moreno and Councilmember Campillo absent. That brings us to the end of today's agenda. I will now adjourn the meeting of the Rules Committee until the next regularly scheduled meeting will be on Wednesday, April 22nd, 2026 at 9 a.m. We are adjourned. Thank you to everybody for sticking it out. Ladies,